And now I press play as we talk about memories. So about that memory.
Alright, now that we can start.
Wait, someone's downstairs and they're supposed to bring me the food, so I don't know if they're gonna come upstairs eventually.
Gosh, dimma darn it.
But Blank, what would you technically label yourself then? In that manner.
I usually just tell people I'm pencil.
Hey, me too, high five.
Yeah. Just because I just figure it's a lot easier.
Because no matter what, love
June
is
is a 6.
Wait, what?
I'm just asking for the date. It's like 6.
15.
Yeah, 6/15/2019.
It's 6/14 where I am.
Same. 14 for me too.
I don't want to hear nothing
Stuck
from
in
you
the
two.
past.
Go away, future
I
man.
gotta date it so I can write down my notes.
Wait, but even then you'd still be able to keep track because you would know even if it's like 1 day difference.
Well, I like that one space, so the way I just like look for the numbers.
Okay, fair enough. How much? Wait, okay. I've been curious about this for the longest. How much space do you do in terms of writing all this down? Like, do you just like leave it in like little bullet point notes, or you go full on
I do it in
sentences?
bullet point notes.
But how big is? Do you usually like write big or write small?
No, this is small notebook, so I write small.
You write small. Okay.
But even then, I write small in general.
Okay. Well, I'm just making sure so I can at least get a general idea because I've always thought about that. I was like, I wonder how big. Because with me, like, I'll easily, if I can go cursive, then I can do slightly small. But then I start writing to a certain point where it looks like chicken scratch, so it's hard for me to at least reread my old stuff in cursive, but I at least can comprehend it. But at the same time, if I...
My writing is chicken scratch.
No, not true. It's partial
Okay.
chicken scratch.
It's all
I can
chicken
write
scratch.
nice slowly, but when Sakura's giving out information, I write in the only handwriting that I can understand, and it's kind of like doctor handwriting, and that's like messy.
Listen,
No,
I
same
can
here.
only give information like a college professor, so if you're not paying attention, you're not writing down the little scratch notes. I'm sorry.
Ugh,
But
don't
you
remind
gotta
me of
help me
community
out here,
college.
because I did just like mess up my hand earlier. You gotta help me. Meet me halfway today, Sakura.
I got you.
I swear to God, if you talk really fast, it'll throw you.
So today's stream is about all of that of the Pathfinder. So, anyways, what happened in the last episode? We end up going once, going twice. So now you will not be able to get any of that information, and now Johnny is dead.
He was very brave and also very dead.
But he was not able to handle the toaster in a tub. That evil ghost monster just threw him, and then Johnny on Dutch.
Alright. So, I'm gonna start, but if you have to get your stuff, I understand, Vince. Okay.
Well, I'll just mute instead of saying anything, but I'm still here.
Alright.
Before we get started, I'm gonna run and use the restroom really quick.
Gosh darn it.
Okay.
I'm gonna do some little research on this.
And I... Oh, shit, that's the thing I forgot to at least do. Advertise.
Advertisements. Progi.
There you go. And then copy that. Paste that. base layer in there, and then the 10-10 pooch 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 pooch.
Something about Uncharted.
What about Uncharted?
I don't know.
Wait, the game or like gameplay specifically? Storyline? Gordon, special appearance with Gordon Ramsay. Wait, what were we talking about?
Gordon Ramsay,
Wow.
professional chef extraordinaire.
I like that guy.
Let's talk about that. I have nothing to say about that.
Exactly. Sorry, I can't do two things at once and talk. If I'm like... trying to get this thing. Because memes.
Memes?
When you like accidentally on purpose like throw down someone
I mean,
downstairs.
I'd be doing something right then.
What
and you
is
did
right,
nothing
Vince?
wrong. And you just have the urge to accidentally purposely throw them down a the stairs.
Yeah.
You don't
And by
accidentally
them,
do
I
this.
mean me.
Accidentally, purposely.
There is no accidents on purpose.
Oh no. Does
Accidentally
anyone
on
remember the show
purpose.
Banana Splits?
Yes, I know they're making a horror show of it.
No.
Why?
Because let's face it, it was actually terrifying, and people
It
are
was.
finally addressing it.
Yeah, sadly that's the kicker. That's the kick in the John Wicker.
Honestly, I don't think they had to do it as a horror. They could have just done it as a very, very trippy, whatchamacallit?
TV show?
No,
What's the wording with it? What word?
like it's just one of those moments where everything is odd and it's very not so much like behind. Yeah, like they go and they address how weird that show was and how all the things were like coming together, but not like behind.
Oh,
It turns out
confronting
they're
the elephant in
animatronics.
the room.
Yeah.
Don't make fun of Bartholomew. He's a nice elephant.
It is too late.
That's rude. The next thing we know, now you have a zombie elephant to fight. Wait, what?
Yes, actually.
Roll for initiative.
I'm gonna need you to do that. So just keep in mind it's bigger than the room you're in, so it's gonna trampede into it. Trampede.
Trample and a stampede at the same time. Be ready.
Yes. Because it has multiple limbs. They're all just coming towards you. It's meant to shock and amaze.
I'm going to play possum.
I'm gonna just fly.
It's going to catch you out of the air. You made a mistake. Prepare to be eaten.
No! Don't worry. A climb. Oh. Oh.
No, you won't.
It's okay, I got this. Shit, I don't got this. I was gonna reason with it.
Don't worry.
You realize that you can't
Oh
speak
my
to it.
god.
Negotiations broke down.
Oh shit, did I just sound like I offended him? I was just going.
Yes.
Don't worry, I'll wear a disguise. Alright, so I'm gonna dress up like Donald Duck and waddle away from this situation. So, you
No,
this
just wants to
you know
crush
what?
Donald Duck.
I think I'm gonna attempt to swim away. Shit, I can't swim away.
You realize there's no water. It's, again, this is a bad situation.
I'm gonna do the thing I'm best at. I'm not best at it right now.
Nope. You tried to ride it, but then you realized you can't get up there. You can't ride it.
You try to just. I kept thinking about the swim where she's just like, all right, I'm just gonna go fill up a cup of water, splash it on my face, and swing my arms. I can believe that.
I pretend to be a mouse. Squeak, squeak.
I think that's the wrong role then.
I'm intimidating him by being squeak, squeak, motherfucker.
He's just angry. He is going to trample you. It's going to happen.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Gotta kill the rat.
Don't worry, I'll punch him in the face.
Look at you.
Show you again.
No, stop.
I tried to disable the elephant. I
It's
was
not
it was a robot.
a device.
It's not a robot. Guys, it's not a robot.
You're touching something and you're not sure how to feel right now.
As it just looks down at you, proceeds to slap you with its tusk.
How dare you?
Don't worry, I healed the elephant, guys.
Don't worry, I have my
Congratulations.
dexterity. I can. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know. What to do.
I can.
You appear to it very dexterous, although you're just standing still,
This is
like
why.
a cat.
I was trying to
This
bug
is
it.
why Vic can't leave us alone.
No. Why you must stop?
Don't worry, I can sneak. Oh,
Stop.
wait. Okay. All right, it's fine.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
gonna sense its motive.
It really wants to kill you. Yes.
Guys, for sure it wants to kill.
Keep on. I'm actually gonna start doing damage to you both.
No. Okay, one more, and I'm done. I sensed its motive.
You also know it wants to kill you both.
Vic, come back. You shouldn't leave us alone. Sakura wants to kill us with enemies that aren't there yet.
A giant mutated ghost elephant.
That will...
Honestly, it's a pretty cool way to go out.
No. No, not at all.
Listen, in all the crazy Resident Evils, you can consider yourself amongst them now. You went out via giant ghost elephant mutant. If that's not BOW, I don't know what is.
I mean, the giant T-Rex that we fight like twice.
Exactly. See, but I didn't want to go for Jurassic Park. It's much more modern.
I want the kazoo version of.
I don't. I definitely don't. You can torture yourself with that one, Chief.
My goodness.
Ooh. I have everything. It's all there now.
I would like to offer the elephant a sexy picture of him.
Of hams?
What?
Of ham?
A sexy picture of Keanu Reeves.
Oh.
God damn it.
I was like, why are you offering ham? What is
Okay.
the elephant gonna
Why
do with some
not
ham?
though?
It might hit us and he might beat us with the ham.
What? No, I was never gonna do that.
Wait, come back please. I'm frightened.
Giant mystical ham starts floating in through the doorway.
Starts playing Jurassic Park music.
Things just got a little weird.
In a way, we're all a bunch of hams.
Speak for yourself. I am a turkey, good sir.
Gobble gobble.
Gobble, my loving gobble. All right. I guess while we are still waiting on Vic, I will be doing something crazy towards Johnny. Yes.
What are you doing to Johnny, you monster?
Going mad with power.
I would like to roll to give Sakura a sexy picture of Keanu Reeves.
What? No, I don't want a sexy picture of Keanu Reeves.
Take the
Alright.
sexy picture of Keanu
I
Reeves.
don't
Now you
want.
gotta roll for diplomacy.
I don't want.
If you want it to work, you gotta roll for diplomacy using Keanu Reeves' body.
Damn it!
I'm not impressed. Welcome back, Vic.
Thank
I
you.
can do better. I can give you a sexy Elon Musk.
Now you're trying to intimidate me.
I was gonna go with a Simon Pegg, but okay.
That probably would have worked.
Cause
I
who?
actually like Simon Pegg.
Me too. Wait, you don't like
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves?
He's alright. Just don't know him very well.
Oh. How about Bruce Willis?
Yeah, same.
Will Smith.
I'm gonna say I
Will
don't
you
know him,
accept
but
a
just like
sexy picture of genie version of Will Smith?
Will Smith.
no,
Small
I will-
face Smith.
I will not. But now that we're all here and gathered together, I will recap.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, the last time that we were here amongst this abandoned-esque mansion, death and terror, we resumed in the top floor as there was the continued exploration of the room in which, well, a man was dismembered. There was a very odd and bit eerie thunder that seemed to function all on its own accord. There were pages going this way and that, spinning about, and of course, a force was pushing along one of the desks that was patching up the hole in the room, far off into the distance. So, as all of that was happening, one by one, the many parts of this room began to assault the individuals within. Renee, Vincent, Salif, and Gregory. As the windows broke, being shattered by an incoming bolt of lightning that set the dining table ablaze. The magical fire that began to outstretch itself coming towards our group. The book or journal of sorts was levitating off of the desk. Passages flying out of it in this red text that was written in Abyssal. And through, or behind rather, the desk, the creature that had been stalking the group this entire time had deigned to, well, make an appearance. So, as they dealt with flying shards of glass intent on killing them, the book itself, which to the touch electrocuted the user, and this magical flame that was getting ever so close. In an act of desperation, Vincent flung himself towards Renee to save her from shards of glass that were coming to kill her in a very gruesome manner after barely surviving himself, only to try and reach out and yank this floating book and its magical text out of the sky in hopes to better understand it. Sadly, this sent him flying across the room paralyzed for a moment as the fire crept close to him, further up into the room with Zaleth and Gregory. The creature was facing off against Gregory in a battle of wills as it continued to try and force its way in, and Gregory tried to keep it at bay. Meanwhile, as this was all going on, Zaleth deigned that the magical fire could only be put out by her rays of frost as she blasted them from her hands in what seemed like the nick of time as the flames got closer and closer to Vincent's face. And just as the flames at least had died down and were frozen in place, stuck there like a sculpture of sorts, the battle of wills raged on near the hole in the desk as, over by Vincent and Renee, a suit of armor began to animate itself. Sword raised, it was poised to make an attack, but was interrupted and intercepted by Renee, who decided to make a first strike before this entity had the chance to do whatever it was deciding to do. However, first attempts to dispatch this suit of armor led to a series of misadventures, as blows towards the armor dinged off and reverberated as Renee struck it multiple times with her hatchet. Vincent, seeing this, decided to rush over and assist with dismantling this suit of armor. But as the two contended with this knight, an outstretched hand reached towards Zaleth and Gregory, further towards the hole, as a spike of the icicle that was made by Zaleth's attempt to quell the flames pierced through them both and towards the entity that laid within the hole in the wall. Thankfully, Zaleth and Gregory were only scratched here and there as they maneuvered out of the way of this shard of ice. However, as this shard came and found purchase on its target, the desk kind of exploding into splinters, cracking and showering itself over the area, the creature emerged, ripping the ice spike out of its chest, looking towards both Gregory and Zaleth, poised to cause a great amount of death towards them. However, as this was happening, back near the suit of armor, Renee and Vincent, having done a good bit of damage to this entity, found that it was still on a very deadlocked collision course with this creature, and found them to be secondary objectives, if anything, as its attention was entirely focused towards the creature. And as it locked eyes with the creature, they began to rush towards one another. Vincent, seeing this after they disarmed the knight, deigned to rush over towards this ghost-like knight and return to him his blade, an attempt to gain an ally in this twisted fight. And as the knight snatched away his blade and ran towards the reptilian metallic abomination, came out of the hole, still fidgeting its way out, finally finding its legs and crawling out to a very gargantuan size, the two collided. Blows came here and there, slices of a blade, claws, and the tail of the creature. In the midst of this, Zaelith attempted to assist in dispatching the giant creature, as well as Vincent and Renee and Gregory. The battle lasted for a good amount of time, as the two, or rather the group and the two creatures, continued to do battle until finally, with a blast of her ray of frost, Zaelith turned this creature into an icicle of sorts. Very grotesque looking icicle. And as it broke apart, falling onto the ground, spilling out this inky ooze of sorts, and the battle seemed to have died down a bit as the knight looked on towards the rest of the group, and more so towards the puddle of the monster that it was fighting. He did not notice until it happened ever so suddenly. The fist of Gregory making purchase within the chest of this creature, causing it to finally release its hold on the suit of armor, falling to the ground, clattering, and a fog-like entity rose up from the suit of armor and proceeded through the hole in the wall. Gregory, now a bit more in focus after the whole ordeal, was seen to have tears running down his eyes through his feather-like face and beak, running towards a corner of the room where, as he got towards this corner, he crouched down and, forming the fetal position, began sobbing something fierce, repeating that he remembered something. As the battle was over, both entities gone, and things became quiet once more. In the rubble of sorts, Vincent and Renee began to search. Vincent finding the eye of the creature, picking it up, seeing that it was in fact mechanical in nature. The glowing eyes, a form of LED of sorts, adding to this creature's makeshift horror. Man-made. And also found within one of the little sockets a gem of sorts. But that was pocketed, as his true intent was to finally figure out how the cigar in his possession worked with the odd grandfather clock that resided towards the back of the room. Meanwhile, Renee, searching through the remains as well, mostly of the knight, found his blade and a scabbard. As she picked up the blade, it wrenched itself from her grasp, at first floating there in suspended animation, as it began to glow in this bright, almost moonlight way, until she poured, or rather a vial of this ooze-like knight's essence poured over the blade, creating a midnight sheen of sorts. And it came to life in a very odd way, spinning about, dancing in the air, before finally coming back onto her hand. And when she held it this time, it felt only natural, like the blade had always belonged to her and to no one else. Soon the scabbard flew towards the blade, sheathing it, and she using a bit of cloth and fashioned a sling of sorts for it, now carries it upon her back. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zaelith rushing over to Gregory to unearth what befell him. His speech was broken. In fact, at this point in time, an accent began to grow from his throat where it didn't reside previously. In his eyes, the shape of a reptile of sorts, as there were slits down the middle and they were a shade of yellow. Tears still flowing down his cheeks. Began to apologize to Zaelith and towards Renee, who, after a moment, came as well to unearth precisely what happened to Gregory in this moment. However, as he was in the midst of apologizing and frantically trying to speak about something to both Zaelith and Renee, Vincent, after fidgeting around with the grandfather clock, feeling around for some secret that it may hold, eventually found a button placed in a very odd spot on the back of the grandfather clock, and after pushing it, a slot ejected from underneath, where in its stead, inside of it, there was a shape that very much fit the shape of the cigar, the metallic cigar that laid in his hand. Placing the cigar down, he began to fidget with the combination, spinning it about until it started to lock into place. Codes now being read properly. It began to buzz and beep, and the grandfather clock itself began to chime, and little bell began to sway back and forth as the extended part of it began to retract, and a light came from it, this very bright light, before a ding of sorts transpired. And the group as a whole felt the ground beneath them shake and rumble. And as this happened, taking note of this, but also trying to get a better grasp of the situation that was going on in the corner, Vincent returned to the group, and as they were all there in a bit of a huddle, one by one, Gregory wrapped them all in a deep embrace, apologizing to them for things that didn't quite make sense at the time. And when questioned about his motive towards assaulting the knight-like entity, he simply relayed that there was something in him that told him, demanded of him, that he dispatched this creature, and so he did, in an act of instinct. And as they all stood there for a moment, trying to understand the sobbing Gregory, they realized that they could no longer hear him. In fact, they could no longer hear each other. Where their ears once were, there's nothing. And sound ceased to be. Looking around, they decided that the best course of action was to leave this room as quickly as possible, as a sort of cold began to set in. But they began to feel rain upon their faces, upon the top of their heads.
As they looked up, the ceiling was gone. And there, in the clouds thundering above them, lightning rolling through, creating little spurts of light in the otherwise dense amount of clouds, was a figure floating there in a hood of sorts and robe, completely hiding their features as the smoke that came from the night faded into the face of their hood, and with a snap of this person's fingers, the lightning stopped, the thunder ceased, the clouds dissipated. And then the roof returned. And as they were all trying to take in this moment, trying to figure it out, they realized that they really couldn't discern anything, as they still lacked the ability to hear one another, or speak for that matter. So they all very quickly made their exit from the room. But Vincent remained, only lingering for a moment, as looking around the room once more at the scene, the window pane restored, the book missing, as in the midst of all of this chaos and things going on during the battle with the creatures, or a little bit after that, Zaleth had gone over towards the book where Renee was at, as they were both trying to understand it. And as she outstretched her hands even towards the dismay of Renee, claiming that it would shock her something fierce and perhaps paralyze her, hands outstretched, grasped the book. And as she began reading the passages, learning of the owner of this mansion and things that lay beneath it, and of the apparent interference of members of Paracel taking over this mansion and robbing this man of his livelihood, the one thing that he decided was his last mark upon the world. Took the book. It did not shock her. The magic around it ceased. It dropped towards the desk as whatever caused it to levitate in the first place simply halted. And upon her ring she had been given a while back from Gregory, there was now a energy-like substance going around the ring zone. Having it decided to in her backpack of sorts.
Sakura, pause real quick. I think you're cutting out a little.
Hold on then.
Is anyone else? Wait, real quick. Anyone else hear that?
It's okay on my end, but it's better.
Nope. It's and.
It's okay.
I think something was cut. I don't. I'll be right back.
But
Okay, so for you too. Hawkeye.
that's weird. Normally, I'm one of the first people to hear you start cutting out.
just a recap of a cap.
Yes.
I will also mention. Oh wait, no, never mind. It will wait. You see, we'll be right back after these 15 messages from our sponsors. Do you like Burbank? Oh, you're in luck, as we have this wonderful guide to Burbank. Take a tour with us online as we all visit Burbank on Google Maps.
Oh, tell me more.
Find all of the wonderful rivers of Burbank and the trees. This is the buildings, beautiful buildings, and the people, the heart and soul of Burbank. The Burbankians.
Mm.
Think about Burbank. Now I'm curious as to what actually resides in Burbank. Gosh darn it.
I know it's in California, right? I'm looking this up.
Burbank, California. It sounds right.
They have an airport. Oh, and that's where Universal Studios is, and also Walt Disney Studios, Warner Brothers Studios. Lots of film companies are there.
Huh. Listen, I don't know who this Rinko is. She may be like a twin sister of Tinko, but I don't care about her disapproving stares. I feel like there's something.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. It was just
Welcome.
the since they're hitting a baseball bat with against a boxing not a mitt. It's a
Glove.
no, not a glove.
Like a bitch back, or
No, it's a punching bag.
oh,
Ah.
So they're practicing baseball, so it's loud hitting.
why are they
Yeah.
doing that at 1 a.m.? I'm so upset.
Because fucking baseball.
Like that's not okay.
Yeah, and apparently the vibrations are causing the Ethernet cable downstairs, since it doesn't have a
Oh my
little
God.
thing that's latched onto it to stay connected. So it literally. So I'll tell you how many frames I dropped. 2,254 frames.
Oh my God.
What in the world?
I am upset.
Is it
Yeah.
possible to like duct tape the wire to the wall or something?
Or go yell at them and be like, hey, knock it off. It's 1 a.m.
No, because my dad's there, so he's the one that's instructing them.
Oh my God. Why is he instructing them at 1 a.m.?
Because baseball.
You ball for
I'm
life,
so
you ball for
upset.
real.
Yeah, and it's probably going to keep dropping, so I'm going to keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nah, you good. Finishing up, I was just saying that as all this was happening, staring around the room, after taking one last glance towards the many oddities of the room, Vincent turned around to meet the eyes, his own eyes, staring back at him. This entity that had been plaguing him, well, the entirety of his time here was right there in front of him, with hand that outstretched towards his face, holding his cheek in its hands, and then placing that hand on his shoulder as it began to take the shape of first his captain, and then firecracker. And then a woman with a scar across her face, diagonally, and a burn mark on the left side of her cheek. And then a little girl. And finally, Gregory. Before it turned into him one last time, and then began forming a new body of sorts. Its form began to grow in size. Hair began to recede within, giving a bold appearance towards this figure that was still that of a silhouette. Bigger in stature, a bit bulkier. And it began to walk out of the doorway. Not fading from sight this time, not disappearing back into the recesses of his mind, but simply walking through the doorway and down the stairs. Vincent followed this entity down the stairs until they got to the area where, well, everyone else was, right outside the doorway at least. The entity glanced back at Vincent and then proceeded through the pathway, at which point it ceased to be. Walking through, there was nothing left except for a rippling effect right there in the pathway, as if it were a body of water. Seeing this, Vincent proceeded forward, but felt no different for doing so. And as he walked back in, he saw Renee and Gregory holding their hands to their ears as Zaelith was yelling excessively loud. Just one part coming back to terms with the fact that she could hear and form words again, and one part out of frustration. The three of them then continued to try and, well, question Gregory, but were halted for a moment as things began clicking in the mind of Zaelith, as her brain was reminding her memories rather, were reminding her of a very, very apparent similarity between both Johnny and Gregory in the sense of their eyes and that slit down the middle. And albeit Johnny's were red, Gregory's were yellow. Something felt very, very similar. And her suspicions were confirmed in an instant, almost in an unrecognizable way, as Gregory began claiming that he, in fact, was Johnny. The first telltale sign was him calling out to Zaelith by a nickname, Z, which led to a series of emotions coming from within her that were a mixture of frustration and relief and confusion, all bundled up in one, with an overlaying shade of sadness overall. But as questions arose and answers were given as to how Johnny was here to begin with, why he looked, well, the way that he did, what he remembered, what was transpiring, the individuals that he had mentioned while he was still Gregory, Some were answered, although towards the group, perhaps not given the best of resolutions, while others remained uncertain. However, it had been a very long day, or at least what they considered to have been a day, and they all needed rest. They conversed amongst one another for a bit, Zalith and Johnny going a bit further towards the makeshift safe haven of sorts that the group resides in, and Renee and Vincent staying a bit next to the hidden doorway that led to the staircase. And as whatever form of closure came about of this dialogue between the two groups, they eventually retreated back into the safe haven to finally rest. However, in a point to add levity to the situation, Vincent had traipsed over towards the piano and decided to play a song.
Moonlight Sonata.
I'm trying not to get copyright infringement though, but yes. Decided to play Moonlight Sonata in a very sarcastic manner to, well, bring a bit of happiness in this otherwise bleak moment between the four of them. And after a moment of, well, very off-key playing, he was moved to the side by Johnny, who for some reason felt drawn to the piano himself to attempt. And although it was a bit better, the both of them were moved and shuffled to the side as Zalith was drawn to the piano. The song that was playing, for some reason she knew she could play it better. Much better. As if she were the one who composed it. And so as her fingers placed themselves down onto the keyboard, she began to play the song perfectly. And as she finished it, the piano immediately came up, started to shift and shake and rumble upwards until it folded into a wall behind it. The seat removed itself, and the floor began to come down. Something underneath in the darkness down there began to shift and buzz until eventually it shook itself back up to the surface. And there, in the middle of the room, was a desk and a chest on top. A very beautiful chest that was gold and gem encrusted and had a lock on the front of it that fit the shape of the ring that was on Zalith's finger. However, as she went to place the ring onto the chest, she realized that it wasn't really coming off of her finger. It was stuck there. And as the energy began to buzz around the chest, it seemed as though it was not unlocking it. However, she remembered that she still had a key in her possession, given also by Gregory. And as she opened the box, after a bit of discussion between herself, Johnny, Vincent, and Renee, they all opened the box together to see inside that there was an emblem of sorts, big enough to be held in both hands. And it had on its face that of a dragon with two emerald gems for eyes. It was the full body of a dragon, breathing out fire onto what looked like a man in armor as the fire cascaded around him, and a shield that he held up in front of the flames. As they looked upon this item, Vincent was the first to pick it up, and after doing so, began to feel out of sorts with himself. His mind was foggy, thoughts were hard, and he could not speak. As this energy of sorts became an aura around him, at least to his viewpoint. From the other's view, there was nothing wrong with him. He just was saying things, but in the way that one would say things if they were deaf. He spoke, but the sounds were not right, because he couldn't hear himself. He let go of the object towards Zalith, but as she held the object in her hands, the electrical current that was going around her ring spat out towards the emblem, creating an energy around it that, to the touch, was hot. It was like holding something that came from magma in her hands, and as it leapt out of her hands, she kind of tossed it forwards. Johnny caught it, and holding it in his hands, he looked towards both Zalith and Vincent, strangely, as he didn't understand what was wrong with this item that he was currently holding, and they didn't see anything wrong with him. He didn't feel anything himself. They decided that in an effort to test this theory of theirs that was now forming in their minds, they would give it to Renee, who, much like Vincent, was unable to speak, and her mind became very sluggish. Thoughts were the last thing she wanted to have, and after a point she gave it back to Johnny as she realized the mentions from Vincent were very true for herself as well, outside of Zalith, who simply could not touch this thing without it burning her hands. And so they deigned to leave the item with Johnny. For now. As they all decided to form a series of watches to make sure that no other entities would traipse in and repeat the series of unfortunate events that have befallen them thus far. Taking watches, the first to take a watch were both Zalith and Johnny, as Renee walked into the bathroom once more, braving its terrors, to refill her water jug and rejuvenate the thorn-like armor that was on her person. However, within that room, the entity that was upon her the first time that she entered returned. The liquid-like version of herself. However, this time, it was docile. Much like before, but this time it was a bit different. It had the intentions of mimicking everything that she did, down to the T. It's something she said, something she did. It mimicked everything perfectly. Weirded out by the situation, but otherwise undisturbed by it as long as this entity remained peaceful. Renee walked out of the bathroom, followed by this liquid version of herself, which gained a startle from Johnny and Zalith as they saw the entity that was her next to her, this liquid-like creature. And upon hearing this, Vincent arose to see this other version of Renee next to her, echoing to a sense of the same that he had felt from the Vincent that was not him, but looked very much like him. And so as they poked and prodded this version of Renee and attempted to see how far this mimicry would go, everything that she did, everything that she said, it said, did. And for the briefest of moments, Renee had the inclination to embrace this version of herself, spurred on by Vincent. And as she did, and the two intertwined, a series of memories began to wash over her. Hold on just a moment. Okay. So as this happened and the memories came back over Renee, all of the three individuals, Salith, Renee, and Vincent, as they looked around the room and they looked around the entrance of the room and the mansion itself, began to recall something. And that is where we resume.
Wait. So, since there will be technical noise, you will hear loud thwacks. So please excuse those that will be listening in and excuse my fellow players in this game.
Swack.
Yeah, you'll literally hear
Your audio canceling will make up for most of it. But
it.
I don't hear it right now.
Because they didn't hit it yet.
Oh,
You'll hear it.
Swack.
don't worry. If I hear it, I'll just be like, stop hitting Johnny. Jeez.
Well, then
So
you'd have to tell that to
abusive.
Zalith. I'm not abusive towards Big Bird.
Listen, I don't know where those thwacks are coming from, but you're just laying into something really heavily. I'm gonna need you to stop. Control those hands.
I wish I could make people catch these hands. But there's too many. The numbers are too great.
You can't find them all, Vince. However, what you can do at the moment
Mm-hmm.
is remember.
I mean, yeah, I already remember, so.
Outside of things that will be talked about and gone over, specifically for you, Renee, the things that all of you remember, at least as far as this building is concerned, is that you begin to remember that you've been here for a while. That moment that you felt in the beginning, or what you thought was the beginning of your exploration of this mansion, the doors that were open, the scene that had played out, you began to remember how it happened, what was going on. You remember that some of you had gone into those doors before, into the bathroom, knocked over certain things, turned off lights, tried to turn on lights. In fact, as you recall these things, the group that Johnny had mentioned when he was still Gregory, you recall that, well, a lot of these things never actually happened. You all came to this scene and found this Tengu-like person
in the midst of, well, escaping certain doom at the hands of a giant clawed creature or being dropped off by friends, you were left here at this mansion. You remember how you all met within, and then what transpired after. It's only bits and pieces still, but images flash through your mind as you remember figures that you had never seen before until right now. 2 men, 3 women. One in a lab coat of sorts, an older gentleman, being accompanied by a very large and grotesque-looking entity, hairs and whiskers protruding out of various places on its body, rat-like teeth, as it followed behind him and did his every command. You saw the man pointing towards one of the individuals and this entity, this large creature-like entity, ripping them apart. You remember a scene in which the creature was on a rampage and chasing everyone, including the man in a lab coat. You remember 2 of the women running into the kitchen, one of them screaming as she ran out, and the other one, you could only hear bones crunching and wet squelches. And you remember someone there that was leading the lot of you. As the man in a coat was gone, the entity that was stalking around and rampaging through the mansion gone. You remember coming out of hiding from somewhere in the mansion. This room with double doors. Snaking your way back from safety. And then the rest is a bit foggy. A bright light in front of you. And then you're back here, in this room. And as you're all coming back, you all hear the echoed voice of Johnny now coming back into focus. Are you guys alright? Hello? Hello? He's just waving a hand in front of all of your faces.
Load the house, my friend.
Is the figure still in front of me? Am I still hugging water me?
The moment? Yes.
Well, as long as it's still not doing anything threatening, I will continue to hug, but I'll just look over to Gregory and give him a nod.
He begins saying, okay, well, besides that weird thing, are you all alright? You kind of just, you laughed for a little bit. Been a couple of minutes of me trying to snap you all out of it. I guess it worked.
I look down and just shake my head. I don't know how to put it. It's like we rewatched our memories. Memories that we didn't remember before. Or that's how I see it. I don't know about everyone else. It's...
Something like that.
I remember something important, so... Sakura, can you load the house so I can see where we're at?
Yes, I can touch your face with science. Hold on.
Well,
Science!
We're still looking at a building. Okay. Also, I need to restore my
gotcha.
health.
Yes.
There we go.
So,
As I was like, there's something I need to do.
something you need to do?
I...
You okay?
Sorry, I have to confirm something. Just to be sure.
Okay. So where are we going for this confirmation exactly?
The fireplace. I want to make sure my eyes didn't play tricks on me, because something's not adding up correctly in my head.
The one down here, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Please tell me you're talking. Okay, all right. Oh,
Calm down, Big Bird.
had me going there for a
It's
second.
not like we're gonna go back into the silent room. We're already crazy enough as it is, as you can tell.
Listen, as much as I love recreating Silent Hill, I don't think that's what they actually meant. So I'm glad about this.
Wait, what's Silent Hill?
Just pats you on the shoulder. A long story that you probably won't like.
Long as it involves dogs, I guess. As I just walk over. But I look back to Renee. So, what are you gonna do about your water buddy?
I'm still holding her, and I'm just gonna say I don't know, but I guess she's coming with me, and I'm going to make to move towards the entrance of the room and just see if she follows.
Okay. So, as you let go, and you look towards her, and she lets go and looks towards you, and you're going to move towards the door, you turn around. She is following behind you, and as you're going towards the door, you continue, yes?
I'm just backing away and watching what she does.
Oh, so you're facing her.
Mm-hmm.
So she is back. She has her back to you, and she is backing up. But somehow she's keeping in pace with you.
Meanwhile, I look over to Zalith. Hey, is it... Zalith. You okay over there?
Yo, Z, you still tripping over there? Come on. I thought I got all of you.
Just gonna look at you. Give him a dirty eye.
What's with that face?
I'm fine.
Well, as long as you're fine. Do you mind if we all go together to confirm something real quick?
Unless you like being in rooms by yourself. I mean, I can't judge you. I'm just saying.
Big Bird, stop
You
teasing.
know what came to mind, Johnny? Saren's gonna kick your ass. You wanna know why?
No, but I feel like you'll tell me anyway.
You held my hand. Saren's gonna kick your ass.
I just ignore the two and proceed walking down the stairs. Alright, I'm leaving. Unless you want spoopy, mind-manipulating ghost. Hurry up.
Don't even joke about that, man, as he just kind of rushes past you.
You can't avoid this conversation in a
I
room.
can, and I will. He's just gone. He's just kind of running out back towards the ballroom.
I chased after him. Come back here, you chicken!
That's offensive, he yells back.
As I'm like, but no one's clucking about it.
You can't even hear a response from him. They're already like way down into the ballroom area. But as that's happening, Renee, you're still backing out of the room, yes?
Mm-hmm. Right about at the doorway now.
Well, I'm
Alright.
gonna wait for Renee since, her and her
Right.
water buddy, and also the buddy system.
I mean, the buddy system is very apparent with the water buddy at the moment. So
I have
as
the best buddy because she won't ever leave me. So.
Not even whenever you use the
See?
bathroom.
you say this, but as you get towards the door, as soon as you
Yes.
step across the threshold, whoosh, she just sinks to the floor. There's a little wet spot right there.
Oh.
Oh no.
And then you turn around, and she's right in front of you.
Oh, okay then.
Listen, she's just tied to rooms. All right, this is a very weird
I see.
occurrence.
As I look back, Renee, are you coming?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll just step towards him.
Also,
Hmm?
for the sake of this, hold on just a moment.
Oh my god.
What are you gonna do?
You're about to find out.
He has a picture of Renee. It's just all blue.
No, that'll require work. Come on now. Here we go.
Well,
How dare
that
you?
works too.
I've cloned you.
Gosh.
Did you make it away so we could tell?
No.
No.
Darn it.
That's the point.
I thought you just changed the saturation.
Listen,
If
Right, I
any
do
of you
actually-
have a gun and you're shooting in my direction, I need you to shoot the clone.
but you don't know which is which.
But
There
one
you
of
go.
us is made of water.
There you go. No, just kidding. Don't use that.
Liquid.
Liquid!
Actually, I can fix this. I can make this whole. Hold on. But yeah,
You
while
use
that's
the
happening.
Ludus character.
Yes.
What?
Because it connects. That
Don't lewd water, Renee.
Oh no. So while that's happening, as you both walk out and the liquid apparition of yourself is behind you, Zalif, as you're chasing after Johnny and you're both going towards the ballroom, you realize something as you're looking dead in the center. His jaw is dropped, or beak, as you both look on the floor as this huge square in the middle, a staircase descending downwards.
Oh.
Can I see anything? Upstairs.
A staircase. Moving on.
Well,
Like,
you
I
see
can
the
see
staircase.
bottom.
You both see it from your vantage point as you see it's kind of cascading down. You're facing in front of it, so it goes down, but you're not like in front of the stairwell or staircase of sorts. And in front of it, or rather on top of it, is the chandelier blocking the way. It looks as though the floor opened up and the chandelier's kind of cascading down a bit, and it's just kind of wedged in there at the moment.
Okay, so where is it exactly? Like right here?
I will point it out. Yeah, wait. Hold on. You had it for a moment. I'm just gonna make a square. I'm gonna make a square. I'll slap you. I'm so upset with you.
I think I kind of need you to move that so I can see what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
Yes.
because you gotta zoom out because right now they moved over even though Sakura didn't move it yet. The two
Oh, I
characters
see.
are in the ballroom. Meanwhile, you and me are heading to the ballroom.
Alright. So, you came about here as you and Johnny were running.
Like
Johnny's,
small
ahead of
children.
you.
Super giddy about this.
I'm gonna look over to Johnny and be like, I've seen enough horror movies to know if we go down there, we'll die
God damn.
Yeah,
or get possessed.
I don't want either of those.
I proceed to go up the stairs, trying to catch up with the two small children. I mean, like friends. Friends,
Mhm,
yeah, friends.
Renee, your
Friends.
water double is following you, so it has not moved yet.
Alright, well, I'm following right behind.
It is right behind you every time you look.
As I look over, you two all right? Kind of.
We're
Stairs.
gonna die.
As Johnny just points towards the staircase that you can now see as well.
I just we're gonna die.
I look over to Zayla. Compared to everything we fought, even the giant robo thing that was from upstairs.
Listen, don't you dare say I'm afraid of stairs, alright? I just don't like the fact that they're just there now. That there was floor there, and now there's not.
I made a.
Johnny's gonna pee his pants.
Okay, you know what? Go down there then. You're brave. You're a brave gal.
And I'm like, compared to everything else, I wouldn't be surprised as I go up to the fireplace. And
I'm gonna walk up to the stairs and mockingly step for step.
You don't get too far, because there's still the chandelier in the way. But as you do so,
pretend I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm not going, Johnny.
You know what? It's fine. It's totally fine, you know, because at that point, I would have said, you know, she shouldn't have done it. And then, just like a classic horror movie, you'll get caught, and I'll be standing here disapproving glances the entire time.
So many people will be mad at you if you let me do this.
As I look back, hush, you two.
And Johnny looks over to you, Vincent. Did you find whatever you were looking for in the friggin' fireplace or whatever?
I looked at. Is the fire still going on, or did it finally die out?
It's dead now.
As I pull up my knife and try to at least look around to see if there's any remnants of the head, because something felt off after that memory.
As you look at
Should I roll anything?
perception.
Yep, I thought so. Fuck!
Oh no.
Oh, no.
A bee flew into your eye.
Not the bees! The bees!
I want to reroll. As I accidentally put some of the ash from the wood in my eyes. Ow.
No.
Now this is a splinter.
Oh no.
So as you're looking around in the ashes, you're searching, and you press against something on the back of the fireplace, and the moment that you do, you retract your hand as you see something come down very quickly and slam into the fireplace, causing this dust or this smoke and ashes to come flying out of it, and it kind of blinds you for a moment.
Oh, what the fuck? As I just cover my face a little, having the knife still.
And as this,
Yeah, I was like, bleh.
and as you're doing that, and you're kind of fanning away the smoke. It kind of cascades out a little bit, kind of causing all of you to kind of take in a bit of whatever was in those ashes. But you're fanning it away, and as you see in front of you, there is a body.
Wait, what?
Oh,
As I try to drag the body out of the fireplace so everyone can see.
Okay. As you do so, it looks like the body of a bird person similar to Johnny. Looks like it would have been a Tengu, but its feathers are a very bright shade, and its head is bald. So it looks more like a bald eagle than a crow or a raven.
Is there still any remnants of the clothing on this said bald eagle person?
Well, as you asked that, everything is tattered. A lot of indecencies are exposed at the moment, but most of their body is kind of mangled and clawed at, like they were in a fight of sorts and they lost very badly.
As I looked at it well, I look over at Greg. Look over at Johnny. I'm like, sorry, this is just to make sure. But I proceed to stab it in the head.
Oh no. And you see as Johnny just kind of looks on for a moment, then kind of looks like he's gagging a bit. He kind of looks away.
As I pull the knife out, I'm like, first rule, as I wipe the blood off of my pants, always double tap.
what a nerd.
So
I look-
as you-
Oh no.
I look over.
That was out of game. That wasn't in game.
I was gonna be
I
like,
was just saying that in general.
it's the first rule. Who doesn't know the first rule?
Nerd.
No, you.
Oh my goodness.
Anyways,
So-
proceeding forward as I take the knife out, and then I'm like, Can I search the body for anything if there's still anything possible to find on it? That doesn't require me to gut it open like a Christmas turkey.
You do. You begin seeing, I would say, a series of oddities on this body. It looks a lot like as you're kind of trying to rip certain things off, I would take it. You don't notice any entities worming around inside. You don't see them on the surface, at least. But going over the body before you start jabbing into it, you can see that the marks look like, at first, claw marks, and then there's teeth, because there's bites in certain areas along the chest, the rib cage, both arms. Whatever did this to this person, they were very beast-like.
Whatever killed this guy to begin with, as I try to double checking its eyes to see any, even though it's lifeless, if there's any remnants of what was once life from the pupils and
Okay. Hold on just a momento. Cha! Yeah. Okay, I had to see something. Alright,
okay.
cool. So, as you're looking upon their eyes and trying to discern if they have any features that you've already seen before, they're completely devoid of life. They look as though they have rolled back. So they are just the whites of their eyes.
But there was no discoloring of any sorts to the eye, even if it's lifeless?
Nope.
As I just look at it and proceed to examine further, I'm like, this person didn't become zombified, from what I can at least tell. There's scratch and bite marks, but no signs of anything. But I look over to Johnny. You might want to look away just to confirm.
He starts coughing out a bit of dust. Oh no, this the gagging was more so towards whatever just flew inside my mouth. That was gross. Go ahead.
Okay, well, if anyone doesn't want to see a gut, basically a human kind of form of a bald eagle be gutted, please look away. Before I could even continue that sentence, I just proceed to stab the knife in the chest and to slice it open from the chest down to close to the crotch region. Close, but not exactly in the crotch region.
Okay. So for this, I will say definitely give me. I will say heal for how you're cutting open the body.
Okay. And oh, damn!
It's not a bad roll.
But it's not a 15.
The DC was incredibly high. I didn't give you a 26. So you start cutting along the body and you're making an incision. A bit of it's kind of jagged, but most of it's because this body it's very tough to your knife. At first you're struggling to push the knife further down once you finally make an incision. And as you pull it back down the body, opening it up, what you see inside makes your hand stop before you even get any further.
As I look at it, what the?
Inside, the blood is black, and as for intestines, there are none.
What the hell?
This individual is hollow inside.
I look at it as I wipe the blood off using my pants as I'm like, What the hell? I look over to Renee. Renee, can you make 2 cents of this?
Okay. I'll come over and take a look at it, see what whatever I can find.
All right. So give me one of those very sweet healed checks, please.
Boy. Yay. I
Okay.
have no skills, alright.
It is
I don't
all
know
good.
what's going on. It's a body.
So you have never really seen something quite like this before. As you come over and you're examining this thing, you see the water-like hands of your own also trying to examine it, as your double is also doing so. But as you're looking through it and you kind of pry open the body a little bit to see inside, to see what Vincent was talking about, you do see the fact that everything inside of this person, it's ink black. The organs that should be there in that specific spot, or spots, they're not. They don't look like they shriveled up and you just can't see them much anymore because of the lighting. It's like they were removed. Scooped out even. As you can see, going further up the chest, it looks like bits and pieces of what used to be inside of this being are kind of there, kind of coming past the throat. As you both look towards the mouth, you see that lodged in its throat is would probably be a kidney.
This is. Is there any knowledge from whenever I went into that lab? Was there any kind of notes or information about this that I would be aware of?
Nothing that you saw there. Most of what you saw there does not fit the MO of this. You didn't see anything scooping things out like this.
As I just stand back up and I'm like, shit. This doesn't add up with everything that's going on outside. There's marks that obviously show that there was a type of struggle, but it doesn't show what took what's left of it. I look over a fireplace. Can I try one more perception check to double check if there's anything else in there?
Yes.
Neat. Okay. RNG gods, please provide me with the grace of your almighty power as I kiss up so I can get a good roll. Oh, hey.
Hey.
Jeez. Oh my gosh. Alright, well.
I guess that RNG booty.
Good keys. But my main objective, outside of at least looking for more evidence relating to this Birdman, was to see if there was any remnants of my captain.
So as you're looking through all of the cluttered bits of ash and things that have burned recently, you do see something in there. You see an eye. What you would believe to be the eyeball of your captain. If, after turning it around and seeing the circuitry, that wasn't there.
Wait, what?
You turn the eyeball and you see circuitry.
No.
Like, electronical?
Yes.
Yes, I
Coming
look at
from the eyeball.
As whenever I grab it from the ash, I pick it up. And I'm like, what? I look, and as looking behind it, I was tempted to open up, but I'm just looking at it, I'm like, Captain, what are you hiding? murmuring this out loud, just messing with this fake eyeball. I bet we'll tell this is just a fake eyeball, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just as I stand back up. Well, that adds more to this mystery. Do you see where I'm coming from as I lift the eyeball up to my face?
Yeah, I see it. He wasn't a robot, was he?
Not that I'm aware of. I look at the eyeball. He lived, he breathed. He took a dump, he would get pissed off. I've seen all of his emotions. We've had moments since we were associated with each other. I look around as I'm just messing with this fake eye. This just doesn't add up.
I know it's probably tough coming to terms with the fact that you're, gonna say, your captain guy. Yeah, he's a robot, but maybe he was an android the whole time. Don't judge it.
If he was a type of android, I look back into the fireplace and just poked around with it, like with my knife. Then why isn't his head still there? Or at least metal parts? How can just an eye, as I lift the eyeball up, how can a simple fake eye survive compared to everything else turning into dust?
I mean, maybe it was kind of like what happened upstairs. That whole magical firework nonsense.
But I watched it burn.
Can you trust anything you see at this point?
I look at the eye and I stared at it. No, you're right. As I put the eyeball into my bag.
I'm gonna pull up the book and just skim through to see if there's anything about robots.
So, as you go through it, and you're flipping pages, you see a lot of things, some things that leave a little bit of scarring on your mind, as you weren't prepared to know that much about this guy, the owner of this
The
mansion.
look of horror.
Yes.
And then
Some
you
things.
learned about his sex dungeon.
Oh, jeez. Actually, you're not too far off.
God damn it.
But as far as things that you see, you gleam that in some of his documents about little notes they jotted down about Paracel and things he said that they did once they moved in abruptly. Talks about machine men walking around. These people that looked very much like most of the folks that he'd see normally. They looked normal, except for the fact that they lacked emotion. They were just giant dolls. There's not a lot past that on the subject, as a lot of the notes are gone over about more dealing with his hatred for Paracel and the disgusting bits about what they've done to his mansion thus far. Disgust in his mind of how they've just violated his mansion.
I look over at Zaleth. What is it saying there?
See, are you reading from some sort of Necronomicon?
Yeah, I'm trying to read how to bring back a girlfriend.
Ha, ha, as he starts to just slow clap.
All right, Ash.
Uh,
What about the forces of evil in that book is telling you?
you know, if you keep making those jokes, I might just tell you.
See,
But they're so good, though.
I'm gonna kick you, Johnny.
The sarcasm is there. It's very much apparent, but it's just it sounded authentic for a moment. Just a moment.
I'm gonna gesture to him like a bear. A bear mode.
He just he immediately gets it and he's just shaking his head.
But apparently asshole Carousel brought in to this man's mansion machine men. Looked like normal people, but were like dolls, emotionless. That's all it really says in here, along with some really just his path.
I look down, just thinking about all the times. That wouldn't make sense. My captain was the most emotional person. For fuck's sakes, he named his guns after his daughter. He would talk about it, as I'm just a little confused, realizing that as I'm just looking around, I'm like, a fake eye where my captain was, how everything's there's no way he could be some type of cyborg or an android or just whatever the fuck that Parasol makes. There's no way he could be some giant, overbearing, lug-headed, over the top, overly emotional, just human. He was too human.
I'm gonna slam the book closed and Vincent would see. And then I'm just gonna blurt out, "Oh, Captain, my Captain!" That is all, and I'm gonna put away the book.
I squat down, just looking back at the fireplace. I don't know, I'm sorry.
Actually, I came up with something in my head. I'm gonna look over to Vincent. I have a question for you.
I look over to her. What's up?
I'm going to cast a silent image and recreate my brother.
Okay.
It was just a random thought I was having in my head.
As you do so. The image appears before everyone.
Okay.
Johnny looks on, confused, one part, and then Har, the other. And as you see this face, Vincent, looking upon it deeply, not understanding at first, there is something tugging at the back of your head. Something you're trying not to remember.
As I look at it and I just try to shake my head, trying to make sense of it. As I look at this kid and I'm like, why are you showing me this?
This is my brother. They took him from... You know anything?
I look around. I try to focus the thought. Is there a way for me to remember or force it? Sakura?
We'll say in this sense it could be history, if you want to roll me history.
Alright. Here we go.
I've had this thought, like, during the whole week. I have silent image, and I don't really use it.
Might as well
use
use
it
it.
for other purposes.
Oh, fuck.
So, as you try to recall this, something in your head is clicking. You know it. Something is there. You feel some form of emotion, but trying to put that emotion into words to try and put the face to whatever it is you're trying to feel, you still don't really know who this kid is.
I'm just shaking my head and I'm just like, something clicks, but I don't have any clues.
I'm gonna disperse the.
Wait, you're cutting out, Blank.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh,
I can hear you now.
Now you are. You gotta put a little oomph.
I'm going to, I guess, disperse the. Just quietly walk behind Johnny and say nothing.
He's still looking where the image was after it's gone. And as you're walking behind him, you can kind of note, as you're walking past him, you see underneath one of the sleeves of his robes, you can kind of see his fist forming, just tightening.
Can, like, gently.
What? Like, you cut out
I'm
again.
going to gently rub his shoulder. Like, it's alright.
He's just kind of staring off at that spot at the moment. But it looks like he looks over a bit, and he acknowledges what you're saying. He's just kind of staring at that spot on the floor.
The thought of it's just digging in the back of my head. Not sure why, but not sure when or where. As I just shake my head. I don't know. I look back to where the chandelier was on top of the ladder. I mean, not the ladder, the stairway to the basement.
Stairs.
Okay. As you go over there and you see this chandelier in front of it. The chandelier's big.
Yeah.
Bigger
But
than you, at least.
as I'm just looking at it, I'm like, Johnny, is there anywhere else up here we need to, know that?
As far as I remember, there's he starts pointing down to the hallway that the room was in, and the doors, and you can still see that there are no doors towards the shadowed room. Right there. Shadows still swarming around it. But he points down this direction, and he begins telling you that further down that way, I think there's a room. It's like a dining room, I believe. And then one of the doors past it is another stairwell. It looks like it may go somewhere, but at least I don't remember using it. Past that, past the door to that room with the cradle, there's another room. These two big doors kind of blocking it, and there are at least two other rooms down there. I don't know what's over there, as he points in this direction.
You've never proceeded that way?
No, at least I don't remember going that way. But then again, remembering things is seeming to be more of a problem with each passing second.
we still have to answer a couple of questions with what's going on in your noggin, Johnny. Especially this Doyle's person. How is she connected to what you are right now? If you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Hmm.
Listen, I want to know as much as you do. I just don't like what I may find out.
Trust me. You will probably figure out way more no matter which doorway we head to, as I take out my knife and I do a little scratch, kind of like a compass as for each direction. One to the right, one to the left, and one going forward facing the direction where the stairway is as I turn to face to everyone. So, we have a couple of choices. We can't go through one, but there's still plenty of other directions we can go. I want us to at least agree where should we go. Since,
Which way would you recommend?
in all honesty, all of them lead to the same possible conclusion, and that is the truth. I don't know if it's relating to questions that everyone needs to figure out, but we at least can all confirm one thing. As I pocket my knife, Parasol is associated to this mansion, since each of us are associated to Parasol one way or another. And we can all at least confirm another thing. Doyle's, the one that Johnny, or once was Greg, was able to associate himself. And I feel like that's not by coincidence.
Agreed.
Johnny, you said you had a type of feeling like something or someone was telling you something, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but that doesn't scream you're crazy in that sense. But it sounds deeper than we expect it might be. So, I don't know. Because, Johnny, why at the beginning did you call yourself Greg?
I still don't know. Honestly. I'm still trying to come to terms with that. Because I don't know. And that in itself scares me.
I nod a little. Then,
It's like I can still hear someone in my skull.
and what are they telling you right now?
It's just whispering. I don't know what they're saying. It's just whispers.
Can you make sense of any of it?
And he starts trying at your request. He's still trying. It looks like he's been trying for a while. As his eyes just kind of squinting down. He's trying to remember something. We're going to roll for this to see if he does. Okay. So, as he's there, all of your voices kind of drown out for him, as you're still asking him to remember something, Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
And for a moment, his eyes just kind of squeeze shut,
and he loses his balance for a moment, just steadying himself on a chair as something begins to happen physically. You can all kind of see it happening to him. Underneath his robe, something shifts. Something sways. The back of his robes kind of expand for a moment. Like something's kind of just trying to escape. But it condenses, comes back in. The floor beneath him is kind of broken a bit. His talons dug into them. But this is, even though it's a marble-like floor and it's not in the best condition, you've never really known marble to be that flimsy, even with talons jabbing into it. And you all see this, and as his eyes are forced open, he looks to you, kind of breathing heavily, and he begins saying, It's not making sense. It keeps telling me to do something that I obviously don't want to do.
What is it telling you?
To get rid of all of you. To leave this right now. It's like it just wants me to get away from all of you.
So that's Greg.
I tried to listen to it, but it's like listening to someone scream inside of my head. And I hate the voice. Like, honestly. Whatever it is, it's grating on the ears, so you can only imagine.
You can only do so much, but for now, the only thing I can do is just that voice, whatever it's doing, why it's screaming at you. I'm just gonna call that Greg, because I feel like, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me, but that whatever's yelling at you because of your body right now, what just happened, as I pointed out, the floor under him, it's alive. And it's inside you, Johnny.
She starts kind of with a breath outwards. Didn't even ask. He forces a chuckle.
Most evil things don't. Especially as I point behind me. The whole cheesy, hey, we're bad guys kind of vibe. But we have a lot of questions, and we're getting not as much answers. For you, Renee, your water duplicate. For you, Salith, your brother. I mean, I didn't know if it was brother, but wait, did she ever say her brother?
You did.
Okay, you did?
No.
Okay, I was just gonna confirm that. I didn't want to at least make that mistake if she didn't point that out whatsoever. But since she did, I was like, since you're looking for your brother and Johnny, we gotta figure out who is Greg before Greg takes over.
Whenever I look towards that staircase now, I just don't want to go down, but it doesn't feel like that's me. And I don't care, honestly, because of that. We're going down there, so I feel like whatever I'm looking for is down there. But, for now, where do the rest of you want to go?
I'm gonna mumble to Johnny. If Doyle has anything to do with my brother or our friends, I'm gonna kill her.
He just looks to you as he's still trying to sort himself out, and he just nods. I'd do it myself if it comes to that.
I look back down to the basement as I'm like, if it's telling you there, that's one choice, so that's one vote.
Well, if the basement is where we'll find uniquely what's going on, then I'm with everyone else.
And this is kind of echoed from the water duplicate. It's just it's like a surround sound system at the moment.
And maybe your water buddy will be able to make sense of something. I don't know, because it's here for a reason. It's like, I look around, like the spirits, like the giant metal fucking monster that we just killed upstairs. Like my squad. So, I don't know about you, but Zalith, what about you? What do you want to do?
Just kind of like moves her head so you could see her, and she just gives you a shrug with this like emotionally exhausted look. Wherever Johnny goes, I guess.
Then it's agreed. I stab my knife down to where I kind of drew that little directions on the ground and stab it to the ground. To the basement we go.
One moment, please. Just a second, as he holds up a claw of sorts, and he just begins to back up towards the kitchen. I'll be just a moment. And as he says this, he begins walking around the corner into the kitchen area.
I'm going to follow him quietly.
Alright, give me stuff if you're trying to be quiet about it.
I'm going to try to be quiet.
Then roll for it. The roll of fate is turning.
15.
Okay. So you approach. Let me just roll his filthy, stinking perception. I am going to go with this. Yeah, I don't. Why are there two of him? All right. Hold just a moment. I'm gonna rename this one so I don't confuse myself. So I may have done a couple of things. Don't worry about it. It's just a couple of things that I've done. I've been a little bit of a busy bee when it came to. Don't worry. It's totally fine.
Says it's fine whenever it's not actually fine.
It's all fine. Not really. So, hold on just a moment. A user will be with you ever so shortly. Let me click this button. Hope it's the right Johnny that I just clicked on. And alright. So, he does not see you, and as you're going, close behind him, kind of creeping your head around the corner to look in on him, you can see that the reason why is because he's currently trying to pull at his robe. He's trying to yank it off of him. And you see as he pulls off this robe, he is
his body is very much like that of a bird. Feathers everywhere, kind of acting as clothes where clothes aren't currently. And you can see on his back there are these somewhat large wings kind of wrapped around him. And as he yanks off the robe, they outstretch, and you see pots and pans of sorts clutter to the ground and knock over, and he just kind of looks towards them. But most of it is him just kind of holding his head as he crouches down. The wings kind of flare back upwards, and you can see something on his feathery body. There's a marking of sorts, kind of like a glowing kind of tattoo that protrudes past his feathers, and it looks like a snake, kind of like we'll say a constrictor.
I put snake.
A snicketh snack.
Yes. I didn't even spell snake right. I just put snake.
God damn it. Snicketh snack.
And so it's wrapping around his body, and it has the outline is red, and then on the inside, the meat of the snake, the rest is kind of more towards his feathers. It's kind of transparent in that sense, where you only see like the outline of the snake, and it just wraps around him. And as it looks like this weird tattoo of sorts is moving, it looks like it's tightening around him. And you hear muffled, like, grunting of sorts, and a stifled yell. It's barely audible. But as he does that, his hands kind of become a bit clawed, more so than they were originally. They just kind of extend a bit and they recede, and you see him slam a fist into the ground, and it breaks up a bit. And after that, the whatever was going on as far as the snake is concerned stops. Constriction halts, and the weird wings on his body fold back around him, and he scrabbles for the robe, and he slips it back on as it just kind of shimmies down his body, and putting a hand on one of the tables there, he just kind of lifts himself back up, and he's coming back around towards the door. At this point, were you still standing there, or were you kind of backing up towards the wall?
When I see the wings wrap, I kind of just move away from the entry and just like lean against the wall,
Okay.
like where he can't see me.
All right. Okay. So as you're doing that, you see him come out of the room, and he as soon as he comes out, he looks towards you, and he's a bit out of the sorts. At least the look on his face is out of the sorts as he looks to you, and he says, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I just needed a moment."
Is he? He made sure his clothes are back on, right?
Yes, he is fully clothed again.
I'm just gonna just nod and be like, can't walk off alone, you know. Buddy system.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kick your ass if you go missing.
Listen, happened like what? Once, twice. There's no 3 times.
I'll kill you, bring you back, and kill you again if you go missing.
That's if you find me. Last time I checked, you only found me once.
Nope.
And technically, I found you, as he says, and he's chuckling.
Well, if you ran off and I catch you, I'm just gonna freeze you and drag you around like a trophy.
That's not even cool. Don't even joke about that.
Oh, it's very cool.
You stop with your puns. If I can't make weird jokes, you can't make dumb puns.
I can make puns. You can't make stupid jokes like stupid dumb movies.
But they have culture behind them.
Culture my foot up your ass.
How dare you? He's just...
I kind of give him a slight smile, just trying to make him be not so serious.
And he smiles as well, as you're both having this banter. But ever so slightly on his face, you can kind of see doubt, and you also see the eyes flicker a bit. Not so much flicker as the slit. It looks like it moves for a bit, for a moment, just for a single moment as you're having this commentary. It moves, and then it straightens itself again. In the matter of a blink, it happens. And he looks to you, and he looks past you towards the stairwell, and he just sighs. Well, might as well get this over with, right?
So will Johnny need to hold my hand?
I don't need to hold your hand, all right? Jeez. I ain't scared either, as he says, and just kind of walks past you as he's walking towards the stairwell. Muffles under his breath. Not scared. And so, Renee, Vincent, what are the two of you doing as both Johnny and Zaleth come back, or coming back?
Well, first,
I overheard a little bit of this just to remove the edge of the wall of a buddy system, and I'm looking over at my water clone and just shrugging.
She shrugs with you.
Real quick, if you guys want to talk about Vic and Vince's characters are, I'm gonna take a little quick 15-minute break because I gotta go do something real quick.
yeah, do what you need to do.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. So, while Renee was doing that, I pluck my knife back from the ground and holster it in its little knife holster, like whoop. As I just kind of breathe heavily, trying to think about Zaleth's brother again, trying to focus. I'm like, I know it. The eyeball, it's artificial dolls. That doesn't make sense. And the kid, what is this kid? As I focus one more time.
Your brain's trying to tell you something. It's really trying to drive home a point. Something that you feel like you're really trying to forget. But you can, in fact, roll one more time, and I'll say that it's either history or it is, in fact, local.
Oh, I already rolled it.
You did? You rolled it?
Yeah, look.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Better roll than it was.
So, as you try and dig real deep for this one, and try and scratch at the surface of something, the memories that start flooding back,
Mm-hmm.
they ain't pleasant.
Do I get
In
any
fact-
special visits from evil me?
Oh no. In fact, as opposed to the ever so often you coming around you and messing with you, you've gotten nothing. No out of place hauntings, no moral dilemmas, nothing. there's no one there but you. And, well, the rest of your group. And as you notice this and you come to terms with that, you begin to feel something in your head, and it's painful at first. Whatever this is feels like you buried it very deep, and all of the emotions that you had tied to that are kind of coming back to the surface.
And while that's going on, I put my hand on my head, just kind of like wincing, since it kind of feels like a migraine coming on while I'm forcing myself to remember. Like,
yeah, and it's a bit depressing as your brain starts to put a name to the face that you saw, and you do remember. You're not sure why, but the name Zarin is at the back of your mind. And as you hear it and it echoes through you, you remember this kid.
Zarin. I murmur that out loud. Zarin. I know that kid.
Just scoot a little bit closer as he's saying this to himself and ask, did you remember something?
I remember.
What?
Her brother. Zarin. I remember who he is. As I'm
met him before?
Yeah, as I'm just rubbing my hand across my head, I'm like, just, what did I do though? As I try to concentrate harder, forcing my memory to force this, even though I don't know why I repressed this for some reason. I locked it behind a key. I mean, behind a door, throwing it away with a key. As I try to concentrate harder. What did I do to Zarin?
The image that you see next as you're trying to remember this, and when you utter his name once more as you're trying to think hard, you
Zarin.
see the image of this kid. And one part of him is this little boy, this little tiefling boy. One side's normal, and then the other half is mutated, tendrils coming from various parts of his body on that side. His eye enlarged, and it is this glowing golden yellow eyes staring back at you. And it's like his body's just kind of lopsided as this other half is enlarged, and his hand is this large clawed mass of tendrils, and it continues down all the way to his foot, which is an enlarged kind of foot as opposed to the other one that's next to it. And you see him as the image of his hand raised and him kind of flying at you. It's just kind of frozen there. There's fire in the background, and you see parts of that laboratory that you were in behind you, that lower level that you, Captain, Firecracker, Drangmar, and Zero are in. And you see him there, frozen in time, with
a claw outstretched as it looks. The look on his face is one part of it is feral and sense, but it looks like reason is just not apparent on there. You remember something about this, but that's what you see as you as the image just kind of fades.
As I shake my head, no, I need to push. He's not dead, is he? As I get down on my knees, trying to force my memory. Come on.
You try, and the pain that you're feeling in your head just kind of worsens, and after a moment, you begin to actually roll me will.
Oh my god, here we go! As I'm just gritting my teeth and just forcing my memories to make sense. Yeah!
Yay.
As I smack my head to the ground to force myself to remember as hard as I could.
Okay.
When Vincent does this, I'm like, what are you doing?
You can see that caused a serious injury as there's a bruise on his head, but
No.
I want blood.
so as you bruise your head and you just slam your fist into your head, that part of the puzzle that wasn't making sense, it starts to slowly click into place. And you begin to see the scene playing out, or at least a scene, part of your memories begins to play, and you are all running from in different directions from something as the lab's exploding around you. Various things are on fire, and the captain has someone underneath his arm. It looks like the woman, the head scientist that was there, and you see in front of you as you feel yourself rolling back and shooting your gun at this entity, at your rifle at this entity, and not finding much as far as purchase as the bullets sink in, but they don't really stop its charge. Pulling your rifle behind you and pulling out your pistol, you begin firing out, but the clawed hand is coming down towards you in this kind of slowish motion as your thoughts just kind of slowing down, just showing you it all piece by piece. This kid is coming down at you, fire's kind of like cascading forward, or behind him. It's cascading forward, and the fire catches him and it propels him towards you, and you both go flying towards further down the hallway as you're tumbling forward, and you manage to right yourself at the last second, pushing yourself off of the kid who's trying to grasp and claw at you. And you holster your gun as you ready your short sword, and you hold it up, the side of it up to sort of block out of his claw's attack as he grips onto your short sword, and for a moment it looks like it'll break, but you manage to shove him off, and slicing to and fro, trying to get this kid off of you.
I gotta poke. He's poking.
You poke straight into his chest, and you pull back, and for a moment he freezes. But as his face, the look of shock drops and anger kind of restarts, shoves you, and you go further down the hallway until you finally hit somewhere near the I'll say like a wall. It's kind of like a wall, and you see this kid. The arm is kind of growing with the mass, and he's charging forward, kind of lurching as he's using the claw to like get to you. So it's two legs and the claw to just lunge towards you. But as you see this happening, you see that there is a panel under your feet. It looks like it'll come off, a little grating to the floor, and you throw it back, and you slide down at the last second as his hands pierce into the wall that you had your back to. As he's trying to pull his hand out, you manage to slither your way through this lower system underneath the floors, trying to avoid his detection as you crawl your way back towards the center of the laboratory and back towards the captain and the others. But past that, you just look back and see his eyes meeting yours once more as he looking like he's pulling the claw back. And then that's as far as you remember.
As my head's still on the ground and I'm just breathing hard, just unlocking that final piece. As I slowly lift my head up and I look up, my hair's kind of just messed up from just forcing that last piece in my brain. He's infected.
Who?
Whenever I look up, I look forward. Zaylet's brother. He's infected. I looked over to Renee. I fought him once. He was just like Reg, or Johnny, or just everything that's fucked up with Paracel. He's not dead. He's alive, but I looked down. I stabbed him. I look around. I was able to get away. I was able to run away whenever it got too close. But I don't know if I can tell Zayla the truth. Her brother is no longer him. He's turned into one of those things.
I'm gonna just crouch down so I can look him in the eye and
One of the eyes is a bit red. It's kind of like bloodshot.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I slammed my head against the floor. I'm surprised I didn't receive any damage from that.
Oh, you did. Take
I
that.
started.
Take that one damage.
I'm just gonna frown when I see the eye, but put a hand on his shoulder and be like, well, do you think there's any chance he's like Johnny? You think he got control of it? Whatever this thing is.
With my bloodshot red eye, I look at her and I look down. I don't know.
Besides the shock on his face, the only thing that you remember, you don't remember any imagery towards it. You just remember a voice echoing out, "Help me." The sound of a child.
I shake my head. It's just... I ran. And the one thing I can remember through that entire thing, through that entire fight, he's still there. But I don't know if it's possible to save him. Because I don't even know if it's possible to save them. To save Johnny. To save anyone that becomes them. All because of Parasol. I look around. I might be also responsible for it. I just kind of put my head on the ground and I'm like, I might also be a part of this.
I'm just gonna rub his back and say maybe you were associated somehow, but it's not your fault. You didn't cause this. And as far as Zealot's brother goes, like you said, who knows? Maybe he's still out there somewhere, but I don't think you should tell her right now because she'll assume that he is like Greg, and she'll probably want to run off and find him. And right now we have to ensure our own safety and worry about the bigger picture once we're not fighting for our lives.
I lift myself up. As long as we're still in this fucking city. As long as Parasol is still breathing. As long as we're all still here and not dead.
Yeah.
We're always gonna keep fighting. We're always gonna keep looking and finding new questions to these discovered answers.
Maybe, but either way, we have to stick together and do what we can.
I nod as I look down and I give a hard sigh and I'm like, I don't know what to do. As I look around, my captain has probably led us to this point, and all I know is one other thing is I look at Renee I look her directly to her eyes and I say, my captain's not dead. I shake my head. There's no way he would die like that. As I take out the eyeball one more time, and this is what proves it.
Yeah. If he's out there, we'll find him. But, like I said, we should be cautious. And we'll figure it out. But we should take our time and not go rushing off. Because everything is dangerous right now. And we're safer together.
I give it I nod and I'm like, yeah. As I put away the eyeball again, as I'm just looking around and remembering this boy asking for help, and yet I ran, just rubbed me the wrong way in my head, thinking always I was out to gain something, out to get paid, out to do my job. And when someone stood there and asked for help, even though he tried to attack me because he had no control, I ran. As I'm just thinking this to myself, as I'm like, whatever happens next, Renee, if I ever get bit, if they find out the truth and they try to kill me, I look around. Just try to survive, okay?
I will. I don't want you to give up so easy either.
It's not giving up. It's I give a heavy sigh of precaution, because we're fighting more than just that organization. We're fighting more than just this fucking house. We're basically fighting what is basically the quote-unquote end of the world. As I give her a shrug. Or whatever this fucking outbreak is. Because it's not just here. As I go over to the table. I remember so much. I put my hand on the table. Parasol did so much. They infected everything. This isn't the only place that got hit with this apocalypse. I remembered as soon as you embraced your water buddy. As I grit my teeth. Parasol's spreading this all over. Either for two reasons. One, and the first one's a little bullshit to me, is to solve issues. And the one that I believe is true, even though it's so stupid, but it's so stupid I can believe it as I look down, is to create the perfect being. So whatever Greg is going through, whatever these voices are in his head, they're connected to that ultimate being bullcrap. And we might be seeing it sooner than I think we are. Than what we are. Than more than whoever else is still alive fighting. Whoever's still drawing their last ounce of their being, trying to survive this hellhole.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but yes, I do a sigh. I just give a heavy sigh. It's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to remember, and
It's okay, but you should be more careful.
being careful is hard for me, as you can tell with this track record of the shit show known as how far we've gotten. I don't know how Firecracker saved us.
Yeah.
I shake my head and just like, I don't know what else to put it as. Dumb luck or something planned out to a point where it's so stupid it makes sense. Damn it. You know, every time I think about how the captain acted, how the captain seemed like he would feel, like he would care, how we would run in guns a-blazing, how I saved Johnny while we were taking care of our own business. It's... I don't know what to feel. I don't know how to perceive it. About all of it.
Yeah.
But we might be able to find more answers, and the only thing I can at least say, one important thing. I look down to the direction where the staircase is. We might be able to find another teleporter.
Speaking of not the teleporter, but speaking of the stairs, roll me perception, both of you.
All right. Show me mashed potatoes. RNG gods. RNG gods, you're real. Oh, fuck you.
No, they're not. They're not real. They don't
I
exist.
didn't kiss up hard enough. That's why. It's not.
So,
It's just I didn't
It's
kiss
okay.
up hard enough.
you know, sometimes even if you do, they don't care. They're like kind of like Gaben.
It's
They
true.
don't care. But as you're talking about this and you're a bit, distracted as you're talking about the staircase and you're looking towards it, but you're more so looking back towards Renee. And as you're seeing all this, it's still kind of trippy how every time she says something, that Wire Duplicate has been saying absolutely everything and doing any motions that she has been doing. So it kind of distracts you for a moment. But Renee,
Mm-hmm.
as you're looking to where Vincent was looking towards the staircase,
Yeah.
for a sliver of a moment, or rather just for a moment, you saw two eyes staring back at you. They weren't slits, they weren't of an abnormal color as far as the whites of their eyes. You could see the whites. They were two eyes, and they had a very teal blue-esque tint to them, making the pupil in the center even more of a creepy nature, kind of like a porcelain doll staring back at you, and this feeling of terror kind of just washed over you for a moment as you saw the eyes, unblinking, unflinching, staring at you. As you blink yourself, the moment that you do, they're gone when you look again. Just faded back into the shadows there.
I'm just gonna shake my head and say, "Did you see that?"
Wait, see what? Wait, was I able to see that?
Nope.
As I look at her, no. It's kind of hard whenever, kind of splitting the headache, and I don't know. As I touch my head, am I bleeding? Do you see if I'm?
A little bit.
As I touch my forehead, I'm like, ow.
I wanted to try and heal him.
Okay. At the moment, I will say though, keep in mind that it is non-lethal damage.
Okay. I don't like seeing him in pain, so I just want to do what I can.
Mummify him to your heart's content.
Please
Yay,
don't.
Right.
Unfortunately, for this one right here, you wrap around the bandages and it looks like it's wrapped around very well,
Mhm.
but it's not seeming like it's doing too much for the pain that's right there
I'm
on
just
his
gonna pout my lips a little bit because I'm not happy with my bandaging job. I'm gonna pull off my pack and rummage around a little and just give him a joint of flay leaf and say,
So-
"This will make you feel better."
As you're doing all of this, from the bandage wrapping to the touching of his head, your water duplicate has been doing all of this as well.
That,
Oh,
So,
boy.
There was a strand of water that kind of wrapped around his head, which didn't really help in the gauze, so that's kind of why it kind of started coming apart at the seams.
as I'm just waving my hand, it's fine, it's fine. I don't need a bandage. Thank you. As I gently like grab her hand and then put her hand down. Okay, thank you. As I
But-
also shrug the water hand away. Okay, stop.
As both hands come down and you're going for the what was it, leaf?
Flay leaf.
Flea leaf. So as you pull that from your bag, from a bag that looks as though it was just made, a watery kind of bag, just a mimicry of your own, comes the same thing, but it's just something made out of water.
So she just manifested it, just
Yeah.
to replicate. As I'm like, oh, thank you too. As I try to touch the water one with my right, and then
Bastard.
the one from Renee's on the left. As I take both of them, I'm like, thank you.
Just don't mind her, okay?
Okay,
It's
it's
solid.
very hard. It's very hard whenever. Wait, as I look at it, how?
That's as long as the other one is in your hand, the actual flea leaf, the
Uh-huh.
other one is also in your hand.
As I look at it, I was like, what the hell? So wait, I look at your water clone. She can basically replicate all the stuff you can do, yeah?
It seems that way, but it's all watery.
As
Entirely.
I look at it, would it work the same if we combine it?
I have my doubts, but I don't think you can light water.
Things are gonna
Oh,
get steamy, but not in the good way.
I don't know. Well, I don't even have anything to light this with.
I do. Pull out a match.
It is time to see them, I suppose. Are you going to try and light both yours and
I'm
your
gonna
one?
light the
Because
real one, and I'm just gonna keep an eye on what the clone is doing.
she has a match. There is a watery flame that has been lit.
I am just so upset. This doesn't make any sense.
It, as you light your flay leaf, hers also it ignites in a way, but it's entirely water. Just
Is it burning? Is it giving off smoke? Water smoke?
yes,
Oh my god.
vapors come out of it. Just kind of go into the air. I wasn't kidding about that steam. It just kind
Oh
of
my
steams
God.
up the air.
I'm gonna do a crafting check to sniff at the air and see if I can tell anything about its alchemical properties.
Okay. So you know that it is entirely magical. Sniffing these vapors, and
Vaporwave!
you know that as opposed to your medicinal herb, this one is very much. It seems like it's not meant for the same thing, and it seems like it could be lethal if tried in the same manner. It seems very much as yours is for healing this, it looks more like for poisoning one.
I'm just gonna look over her to be like, stop that.
She
Just
says,
look over
"Stop
to
that."
Vincent and be like, don't smoke that one.
And they're both telling you not to smoke that one as they're shaking their heads.
As I'm just like, okay, so I'm just gonna leave both on the table. I'm just.
He's a good flay leaf for her.
Um,
I'm gonna pick it up and
As she picks
So-
up hers.
yeah, good.
They
Smoke
both
herself
do.
to death.
so as you do this, the apparition of you, it looks like she distorts a bit, and certain parts of like what kept her consistent sort of gel out and kind of droop and lose their firmness, and so an arm kind of drags and sags downwards and it becomes goopy.
Ugh. Just take the stupid water leaf away from her.
Wait, you. Darn it.
Just get it away from her. Apparently, it's hurting her.
So, but there is a thing to this. As you see this happening,
Yes.
you notice that she looks to you, right? Much like you both have been doing, but instead of looking directly towards you, she's looking to your arm, wondering why yours is not also doing this. As she looks towards hers.
I'm gonna humor her a little bit and transform my arm into a tentacle and let it droop to the ground.
So as both of your arms turn to tentacles and hers droops down, it looks normal for both of you.
Yay.
It looks fairly normal.
I was able to notice that, right?
Yeah, you saw both these things happen.
It's a pretty obvious transformation.
Well, as I point out to Renee's water duplicate, aha! You're sentient!
You don't get a response.
Fuck! As I'm just like, I don't get this. As I go up to the fake, and then I just stare at her, and I'm like, we can tell you're sentient enough to at least notice or look at stuff that Renee isn't looking at. Or are you?
So, as you're saying that, Renee, are you staring at him?
I mean, I'm looking at him as he's having this conversation.
So, as you're looking at the both of them, you both realize something.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't look back towards Renee and then look towards you in the mimicking way that she has been. She's looking at you. And then a sort of smile creeps across her face, a very Cheshire grin. And she nods.
I kind of get a little concerned, keeping my hand close to the holster of my gun, but I look at her and I'm like, so what are you exactly outside of liquid?
The tendril that was all droopy and inconsistent as the vapors kind of fade. It becomes firm once more, and with one of the tips of the tendril, she points towards Renee.
I get it, you're a copy, and you're now actually not trying to be.
She shakes her head when you say copy.
You're Renee?
She smiles.
As I finally realize what it is. Huh. Holy shit, this is just basically this is you. Or rather, I point at my head here. This is a version of you. Let's just say that. I know, as I gesture to the water version, I know you are her. Yes, I know. But you're like the other me that I only was that some people were able to see to a certain exception. That doesn't matter. You're what this mansion likes to make us see. But everyone can see you.
She looks to you. And when you're saying that bit about the mansion, she shakes her head again.
Wait, you're not a part of this mansion?
She continues to shake her head.
Are you a part of Paris, though?
She continues to shake her head.
Did Renee create you?
Head has not stopped shaking.
If it's you... I mean, if you're Renee... Why did you manifest?
She holds up a tendril, as if to have you to wait. She gets up, as you're all kind of crouched down. She gets up, and she backs up, and her arms extend, and they kind of start to form like a square, where there's just a space in the middle of the square. Like they form the line of the square. And as they do, parts of her form start to come out towards the center, and she begins knitting across the seam. So it comes up. There's a series of walls, and the more that you see bits and pieces of the manor start to come into play as they rise up and they form. And you begin to see as the room in which she and Renee met, you see that underneath the surface there's a sort of swimming entity of the restroom. And you see that before Renee enters, said entity is Renee, humanoid and all, standing next to one of the sinks, and she is using it. She's not filling up anything, she's just washing her hands. But upon Renee opening the door, she sinks to the floor, and she goes into what looks like one of the pipes. It's a very detailed little map, and as she worms her way into one of the pipes, you see Renee go over with pitcher in hand, filling it up, and pouring it on to her thorn-like armor.
Huh.
You then see, after Renee does this, the faucet continues to run. It drips out and spills forward into the center of the room. Up she comes, staring towards Renee. And you see Renee come out of the room. And you see the rest of you continue on the events that happened the first time this happened between Renee and this version of Renee. You then see things transpire right up until the point where you're all upstairs and you see the hole in the wall and see the man that was ripped apart by the creature, and the entity is in the middle of the doorway and you're all fighting it, and Renee is doing battle with this other Renee. And you see that there is a split as you see the water version sort of darken up this water version of Renee. You see that the one that's upstairs and the one that Renee is fighting is pitch black. But just this part of her water is pitch black. And you see them doing battle. You see Renee triumph as this version of her sinks into the floor, and you see that the rest of the events play out the same way that they did. But as you all leave, and you're all leaving, and past that point where Renee and Gregory had saw the eyes and were ushering you out, as they're all gone, the water-like entity rises again, changes shape and form. It is a man. A bald man, somewhat of the same stature that you saw before, Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
That was you for the longest amount of time until he changed shape. And you see him conversing, or what it looks like conversing with the hole in the wall, and then going inside.
As I just grip my teeth and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Man.
And then, as you're thinking about this, the display of sorts, it continues on. It hasn't stopped. It's just going around, and it comes back to when you all were basically going to rest once more without Renee coming into the bathroom this time, but the other Renee is there. And she sees as the entity that you all saw upstairs is down there. It comes through the sink or through one of the faucets and is in front of her. And you see the two talk at first, but then start to come to blows. And the fight goes on for a moment until you see the entity basically form this giant fist of sorts and just kind of slams down on the watery version of Renee. And as she kind of splatters to the ground, she worms her way past him up into one of the sinks, and it looks as though he looks around, his hand shrinking back, and he doesn't follow her. He goes through another one of the faucets and leaves. And you see him come up in your room through one of the cracks in the wall, and you see him have his hand on Renee's skull. After which point, Renee's eyes flicker open. Looks like she sees something, but there's no one there. And you see her get up and chase after it. And you see as she comes out of the room, and you see all of yourselves running after her. You see that as soon as she comes out of the room, the figure is there, behind all of you, but just skirts around you all and then forms the thing that she's running after and is just there at each interval going towards the door. You see it become the door. You see it become the thing that you all saw behind the door. And you see that it was in the room the entire time, even after the whole door fiasco. Just there, watching you all. You see that it goes into the room with nothing but shadows. It's there, knocking about and causing things to be thrown towards Renee. And the events continue to play out in that fashion, as you just see that this entity was kind of there at the scene, as opposed to what all of you saw when you were there. But you don't see it conversing with you, Vincent. At no point do you see an entity that looks like you conversing with you in this whole map diagram that she's been drawing.
The hell? As I just scratch my head and I'm like, Renee, do you have any input on this? Because it just shows a lot of you.
It seems like what she's saying is that she's been here watching everything we've done. And she, I guess, has a better insight into this shadowy figure that has been tormenting you. Seems like it's been messing with me too. And talking to the mechanical creature that we fought.
But
I still don't know what exactly she is, though.
And she begins to, as you say that, you go and you look back towards the bathroom that she was in. Mm-hmm. And there you see her as she causes all of the water to flow around her and throughout the building, and she's causing it to flow into the sinks and to the toilets and everything else in that area. And on the center, right here, we'll say, you see that there's writing on the floor where it says that she is the mansion.
wait.
Oh.
It just says, "This is me."
Huh. As I
Speak
tilt my head.
English?
No, it didn't say that. It's just written there on the floor.
I look. I tap my chin and. Huh.
She just comes out of the mute life, just like, yeah, no, this is me. Screw with you the whole time.
It's like, but still, seriously though, I'm just like, wait. Then, who's the other person then? Who's this? Who is this? Is that the owner of the mansion then? That keeps
She
trying.
nods.
I thought so. But then, another question. If you're the mansion,
Okay.
and if you're the mansion, and that man that I saw, that Renee has now seen, who was the person with the cloak that we saw up top?
You just see the map that she had drawn. It dissipates, just goes away, and she's just kind of visibly trembling. And with one of her hands on the floor, although it begins to dissipate as soon as she's writing it, she just writes monster.
As I look around and then I look at her. One more question. This is important. Actually, two questions, because it'll make sense since you are this place. And I need to know the truth. Who is Doyle's?
This is the first time that she's done so, but she cocks her head to the side. And it looks as though she is thinking about your question. She looks at you confused. And she just shakes her head.
No? I scratch my head. So wait, the owner of this mansion doesn't have a daughter named Doyle's?
She shakes her head.
Has there anyone that looked like, as I try to grab the old photo of Doyle's, there was no one that looked like this girl.
She looks
mature.
She looks at the image, and she memorizes the face, and she looks back up to you, and she nods.
Okay, so you know. Okay, so but you know who she is then.
She nods as she points towards the picture.
Okay. Is she connected to Parasol? As I point at the picture.
She nods.
As I look at the photo.
She writes on the floor, in truth. Also, you should note that the tentacled arm has not stopped being tentacled arm, so this is all being written with the tentacled arm.
It's fine. I'm used to it with Renee, as I'm just like, was she the one leading all of this from Parasol?
She shakes her head, but she does it in a way that doesn't seem like an answer, more a act of confusion. She just looks at you funnily.
As I look at the photo. Well, that answers a lot of questions. That does. Next question is that simple. Wait, what?
Oh,
So I guess I missed a lot.
Yeah.
just a bit.
Sakura's only dropping like major plots elements on us. It's okay.
Yeah, well, because I'm digging. I'm just in the coal mine using my pickaxe, digging for this
Oh
truth
my goodness.
as I'm pushing information.
When you think about it, so what part did you come back at?
The whole recreating mansions and shit.
Okay, so beyond that, you were basically here for a lot of the plot stuff, but further back, Vincent's character finally remembered where he saw your brother.
I bashed my head
And-
on the floor till I
ba-
bled and my eyes red right now. My right eye.
Yeah, till he remembered exactly where he saw this kid. And it was in a facility where Zarin was. One part of him was the normal tiefling boy that he was, and then the other part was this mass of tendrils that were around the entire other half of his body. His hand, less a hand and more a mass of tendrils followed by 2 claws of sorts. His eye was this glowing yellow ring, and his feet were mismatched as one was much bigger, kind of like a barefoot kind of deal going on. And it was because the 2 of them were in the midst of a battle to the death.
Oh, Sakura, you motherfucker.
Okay.
So, let me finish though. So, as they were battling, things were going on in the background between the captain that was escaping with a woman that was underneath his arms. The rest of the group were going towards what looked like the entrance into this laboratory, and Vincent was kind of out of the place in a corner, kind of fighting off with your brother, who the 2 of them were propelled forward by flames that shoved them onto each other. The fight became more of a close and personal ordeal, at which point, in an act of simply getting out of the situation, Vincent pierced through your brother, which led to a face that was, aside from the pharaoh-like state that he was in, it was the only time in which he expressed the face of shock, which was replaced again by this pharaoh-like rage.
Okay, and let me
fight.
add this note. I'm gonna add this note. Your character, Zalith, has no idea about this.
You and Johnny are having a conversation at the moment over there next
Yeah,
to
but
the
fuck your
terrace.
character.
I
You
had
do
to
not know,
defend
but
myself.
Fuck your character.
No, no,
I
no,
hope
no,
your
no, 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 no,
character
no.
died.
Shit like that don't work. I'm not gonna let some kid bite me.
Continue.
Fine.
So
Fuck your character.
it continued onwards until the 2 of them were the Zarin was chasing after Vincent, clawed hand acting as basically his third leg and propelling him forward to lunge towards him. Vincent, his back was against a wall as he was looking for ways out, found a grate on the floor, pulled it back, and then slid underneath it at the last moment, where Zarin's hand essentially punctured into the wall and it was stuck there for a moment as he was trying to pull it out. Vincent managed to get his way back towards the center of the laboratory, popping open the floorboard and getting back towards the what looked to be the entrance of the facility. And as he looked back, he simply saw Zarin's eyes, the normal side of his face, and then the mutated part staring back at him with this ferocious look on his face. But as he was running away, the only thing that he remembers, less the visuals and more just the voice, is Zarin's voice calling out for help.
Sakura, you wound me deeply.
So what?
You wound me deeply. It's a deep wound. Deep knife in the heart.
Listen, all right.
This is why I go missing for days.
Listen, you want different NPCs that don't mean anything? I can't help you there. I can only give you people that matter.
And relevant to the story, because he will be relevant.
Most
I will
likely.
go missing again
No,
for
he won't.
days. Sakura, don't ever message me.
I'm going to still message you. There's no intimidation here. Your intimidation roll is too low to intimidate me.
I didn't even roll.
And besides, here you have some good times and mostly bad times, and then, you know, as a vampire, you just have good times, so don't worry about it. There you go, there's a trade-off.
Here it's just like, hey, you remember these characters that you didn't want to go in depth to, but your boyfriend did? Yeah, I'm gonna fuck them over. Big time.
I mean,
I
it's
mean,
not
most
like
of them are
they-
still alive.
Exactly.
This isn't Game of Thrones. I don't just kill people willy-nilly because the story demands it.
Exactly. He's not dead. He's just like
Your
Johnny.
story did demand it.
He's not dead, though, as
He's
far as you know.
not dead though.
As far as I know.
Well, as far as Vincent knows. You don't know none.
I have a prediction, but I'm gonna keep that to myself. I gotta say nothing.
Yes. Also, unrelated side note, I remember now that I had made Johnny a drow, and that meant that he was one of those friggin' elves, and they have long age spans. I had to correct that. So now he's the appropriate age.
Okay.
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 But
Continue with questioning.
so you said what?
I said, can I continue with questioning?
You can, but first, as you're doing this, since Blank is now back over there next to the tables, as you and Johnny are kind of there. He's basically kind of like leaned up to one, and he's telling you about what he thinks might have happened to Speedy, as
Oh no,
he was.
not Speedy.
Hold on. Jeez. So
Don't tell me he blew up an orphanage.
What?
he's a wild child, but I don't think he's
He
that
is a wild child. That's the only reason why I said, oh no, not Speedy.
He was the reason why he brought it up is because he remembered Speedy and his shortness with authorities, and the fact that he is very violent towards them. He was telling you that basically he thinks Speedy is probably just somewhere out driving a police car and trying to get out of the city, hopefully.
Or blowing it up.
Maybe both. But as you're having this conversation, Johnny looks over to Vincent and Renee, and Renee
Renee.
is squared.
Renee. I was not gonna. I
Um,
was gonna say something moist, Renee.
Oh no. But he looks over and he looks back too. He's like, "What are they even talking about over there? And do you see that? Did you just turn into a map?"
She's water. I guess anything's possible.
I guess. Wonder what they're talking about as he just kind of scratches his head.
Why don't you ask?
Because it seems like they're talking about something important. I don't want to be rude.
I want to do something really fucking stupid.
Do it.
Okay.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
As I look and raise my voice, we're getting clues to a lot of answers. Want to come join?
I'm just gonna call it. We're
I'm
talking
like-
to the mansion.
I'm gonna yell right in front of Johnny's face. You wanna join?
Oh my
He just
goodness.
he just looks at you and he's like,
Or-
and then he yells, "Yes!"
Let's go!
And they both come trampingly over there and they just start stampeding towards you.
I put my hand on my face. Jesus Christ, we're gonna wake up the whole mansion as I look over at Water Renee. I mean, sorry, not you. I mean the bad stuff that's currently inside of you right now. That doesn't sound right.
That's what she said. Or he said.
Jeez Louise. She just kind of looks at you with a blank expression on her face. Blank, draw an expression for her face.
Just erase the face and put a ditto face.
Ditto.
Wait, now I gotta find that.
Oh jeez. So, as that's happening, you see both Salith and Johnny coming over, and you're still asking these questions. Renee, what are you doing?
I'm just examining the incarnation of the mansion here and trying to get a different perspective on her now that she's not quite mirroring me as much.
The more that you see her, the more that it seems the face that she's taken and the appearance that, is of you.
Mm-hmm.
The more that she's been talking about this, you see is it changes bit by bit as she's not keeping focus of you. Her face changes to resemble less of you, and it's now more of essentially whoever she's looking at. Is what her face is transforming into, bit by bit. So if she was looking at Vincent, for instance, it's still your body, but Vincent's face, and then turns towards,
Jesus
Gregory or Zalith, and it's their faces. When you see Johnny's face on her head, as opposed to like you see his face, but then your body, it's kind of an oddity because it's like one part Raven head and then another part Renee body, and it's just like cut out like that. And then at some point, she just kind of shifts and shapes, and then her head and her face become separate from all of you. The face that she dons is one that still looks like something you can all comprehend, as it seems that she's just been doing this as a form of, well, you understand what she is as a part of, just like, as opposed to just being like this watery entity. But her form, as she looks at all of you, she begins to sort of make her own. And so a lot of the features upon her face they look like an amalgamation of all of yours except for Johnny's. There's no beaks involved.
No, she's part bird.
Very feathery. But she looks like she shares a lot of all of your combined features, and then her hair is that of, oddly enough, it is in this sort of tightish bun, and it resides like that. It's just a singular bun on the back, but you've never seen the hairstyle before.
It's nice that she is figuring out her own style. I breathe a little sigh of relief that I'm not being copied anymore.
But as you're examining her, you realize that the watery substance that she is, it's become more strict, as if that whole instance with her body drooping and then reaffirming itself. When you touch her arm, that's solid. It's not goopy, it's not fleshy, it's just solid.
And she still look watery, or
Yeah, she looks like water.
just
But as
very
if-
solid water?
Yes, kind of like glass, but in a watery-like shape.
Interesting.
She even has a refraction. You can see her own reflection in her person.
Okay. Well, can I ask questions?
Yes,
Ask questions.
everyone has gathered.
As I proceed to at least think of what else to ask, as I'm just like, okay, so the mansion is the not so nice man. And you're the mansion itself. Doyle's is associated as I look over to Johnny, and I'm like, so the Doyle's person that's in your head, I mean, that whatever's in your head knows, Doyle's is a part of Parasol. And yeah, so whatever happened to you, or rather, what went in you,
It is most likely because of her. Just say it.
yeah. But the one thing that's been killing me for all this time, I take out the eyeball. Is my captain alive? As I present the eyeball to this manifestation of the house.
She eats it.
Wow, that was quick.
The moment you present it to her, she snatches it out of your hand with the tentacle and she eats it.
What?
And she's
My mouth is just hanging open.
What?
so. As this happens, it swirls around for a bit, like she's just trying to get like a taste of it, and then she plucks it out of her mouth. It's now clean and pristine. It's very nice.
Uh-huh.
And she looks upon it in a very scholar-like way, just like, yes, what is this? So she just raises up to one of her eyes, and as she's looking at it, she nods and she tosses it, and she she tosses it away, and she looks to you and she nods towards your question.
Captain's alive? Where is he? As I get close to the watery figure.
She shakes her head.
Wait. You don't know?
She shakes her head.
Where is he?
She's just shaking her head, still wondering why you're asking this question.
How do you know? Can you show me?
She presents the map once more, her arms cascading forward. She kind of just shoves you back so that she has room. And then she forms the square again, but this one's smaller this time. And you see a man. He has something on his back. It looks kind of like a parchment, but it's very big and diagonal, and it looks like it's about the size of his torso and his head. Like, it's as far as size goes, and then it's diagonal on his back. And he is walking alongside a woman who also has a bit of a bun in the back, and her hair is it's a little less put together than the hairstyle that you see upon this watery entity's form at the moment, but it's similar. And you see them both walking, and you see them going into one of the parts of like the ballroom, basically, and then they fade from the little map.
As I'm like, who was that with them? Was that Doyle's?
She looks back to you as the image drops, and she regains her form with her hands, and she nods.
I fall to my knees. As I'm like, oh my god. Then what the fuck was that thing I burned? I looked up at her. Whose head did I burn?
She looks to you and she just shakes her head.
I look down. I stand back up. I point down to the basement. Have they ever been down here?
She looks towards the basement, and her vision lingers towards it, and she looks back to you, and she shakes her head.
Have you? I scratch my
She-
head, getting frustrated.
As you see her, she looks towards the table. She kind of pushes Johnny out of the way, and she starts writing on the table. That the underground is not her.
Yes. I wasn't able to see it since I'm still on my knees trying to figure shit out. So I'm just like, fuck.
Okay. As you, Renee, if you've still been watching her and you're still standing and looking at her, you see this on the table, and then both Johnny and Zayla see this.
Hmm.
And she looks up to you, Renee.
Hmm. I'm just going to lean in close, trying to meet her eyes and say, "So, what do you want from us? Why go to all this trouble to show yourself? You've given us some useful information, but what are you looking for? What do you get out of this?"
And to that, the Cheshire grin that she has been forming every time, well, she wishes to answer a question without nodding, forms once more. And a tendril of sorts extends onto the table. She begins writing again. Destroying intruder.
Fair enough.
As I get up, and I'm like, I shake my head. Intruder? You mean us, or
She shakes her head.
someone in Parasol?
She nods her head.
Is it Doyle's?
She shakes her head.
Someone that's a part of Parcel. I mean, Parasol, and it's not but if we find this Doyle's, would she know on who we're trying to eliminate?
She writes a question mark on the table.
Because you're saying it's someone from Parcel. I mean, Parasol.
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 You can do it. You can do that. Either one. Whichever works best for you. But as you ask that question, she nods. And you see her on the table. She extends a hand. And that hand, it detaches from her wrist, or her arm, and then it forms the inky black entity of the man. And next to him is another figure. It looks like an older gentleman, because he has a bit of a beard to him, and he has, we'll just say, kind of pushed back hair, kind of like waved back, and he has glasses on, and you see him in a little lab coat. And they are side by side, but they have hands at each other's throat. And then the little image dissipates, and the hand retracts back, or the little ooze retracts back to her hand, becoming her hand again. That's a neat trick you got there, says Johnny, as he's looking on at this. She just looks over and she smiles and she nods.
I just look around. Oh, God.
I just, this is all starting to get kind of confusing. I mean, if all of you are up to par with it, that's great. But for me, this is, as he's just kind of putting 2 fingers on both sides of his head and just kind of massaging his scalp at this point. The way I see it, everything that we want, all of us at least, including present watery company, is to get down there. Yeah? As he points towards the stairs. And she looks over and she nods.
Yep. That's what we agreed on.
Yeah, as I look at the water and I grit my teeth and I ask her one more thing. Did it seem like I don't know how to ask this, but do you know any way to tell if my captain is allies with Parasol? Parasol?
She shakes her head, but she motions you to look towards the table. As at this point, her hands kind of fuse onto the table, and up comes a little scene that plays out. And you see, before the two individuals walk towards the through the doorway into the ballroom, it is your captain, the woman with a button over her head, the man who owns this mansion, and then the gentleman with his giant assistant of sorts behind him. You see your captain shaking hands with the bearded gentleman with glasses. But you see as it looks like the owner of the mansion is yelling at them both. And you see your captain pull out a gun and aiming it towards the owner of the mansion. And he fires. And you see the owner of the mansion fall backwards. You see the little water kind of pools out from his head. You see him flip around the gun and then holster it. And you see the bearded man with glasses nod, and he makes a snap of his fingers towards the giant entity that looks, as you're seeing it now, it looks like a giant sort of mole rat of sorts. But it has like little tendrils coming out of its body. It picks up the owner of the mansion, and he is carried away.
So I just give the heaviest sigh as I'm like, fuck.
Just kind of look at the table shocked and then just stare down Vincent.
And just stare blankly at the table.
Johnny just kind of chimes in. I know it's probably not in the best, timing, but could someone explain to me who those people are that she's showing? 'Cause I don't quite get it.
The guy that got shot. He's the spirit that's been fucking with us.
Oh, great. Okay.
The man that shot him, I look away, was my captain.
Oh, no wonder he's pissed.
The girl with the bun in her hair is Doyle's, the one we're looking for. And the man with the lab coat is the person we have to kill.
Huh.
Yeah. It's a lot to take in, but the point is basically search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, It's whoever gets us closer to getting out of here and getting back into the city. Um, at this point in time, I'm not really in a position to argue the point. Seems kind of like this is looks like we all kind of have a choice in this, but he looks over to you, Zalith. Z, I know how you feel about this Doyle's character, but can you honestly tell me that if the time comes, you'll be able to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Parasol did something to my brother, something to our friends. I'll kill her if I have to. Said so to you.
It's just, it's never as easy as you think it is when you do it, he says as he kind of looks down. And he doesn't really make eye contact with any of you, but he just looks down towards the table. It's not as easy as, well, whatever that was, that scene that played out just now. Maybe it is for, and I don't mean this offensively as he looks towards you finally, Vincent, towards your captain, but, shouldn't be that easy to kill someone.
I'm gonna pull out the book and I'm gonna kind of wave it to the entity and be like, was the owner a good person? He writes a lot, but was he good?
As you wave the thing towards her and you're asking these questions, she takes the book. She doesn't eat it this time.
Don't eat it! I'm reading it!
She doesn't eat it. But you see as it looks as though she holds it fondly close to her chest. And it almost looks as though she's not going to let you have it back. But she hands it back to you. And she nods.
I'll keep good care of it, I promise.
She smiles. This time less evilly. It's just regular smile.
I'm gonna kind of look over to Vince. What kind of person kills a good person?
One that's used to pulling the trigger. As I look down.
What gives him the right to live?
Apparently he had a bigger piece. Sorry, out of character, I'm laughing at that. Sorry.
You start thinking about pie and pizza in a serious situation. Just
No, I was referring to something else. He had a bigger...
Oh, gosh. Why do I know exactly what you're talking about now? It took me a moment.
He's the lead boy.
Jeez. So, going back into it, the entity says one, or rather writes one more thing as she's scrabbling onto the table, and she kind of motions to all of you as you're kind of looking towards each other, Vincent and Zalith, as she kind of motions your heads with her little tendril as she just pushes your head towards the table, both of you. And as she points down to it, she begins writing, "Beware of song."
Beware of song?
And she nods.
Like the little creepy children music?
Is that what you say to her?
Yeah.
She shakes her head.
Is there a specific song?
She looks to you and she
takes the lot of it. As she just kind of sweeps around both you, Zaof, and Johnny. She kind of just like dips past you, and she motions for all of you to follow her.
I'm just kind of like look at Johnny and like, and we're the weird ones. Like I don't say it, but I give him that kind of look.
And he just looks at you, and his expression is followed by his arms raising a little bit and his shoulders shrugging. Like, as you're both having that moment, she walks by you, and as you're all kind of following her, if you are following her.
I'm following her.
Yeah.
Renee, are you still following her?
Mhm.
Okay, so as you're all going there, she takes you back to the room. She forces the piano that was kind of opened up, and you know, the chest and whatnot that was all there. She forces that down. She actually just kind of presses. It doesn't look like she really
Gives a hoot or holler.
No, it's more like as opposed to just like crushing it, she just drags the floor down, and she pulls the piano back onto the floor as the wood splinters and shapes and shifts back down to the ground. She pushes aside the chair, and she begins playing a song. At first, it's kind of peaceful to you. So this little melody, it's not really creepy, it's not eerie, it's just peaceful. And the more that you listen to it, you don't want to stop listening to it. It sounds like something that you just want to sit there and listen to, and you don't really want to do much else.
What's the
Can I
song
look
about?
down at my ring?
Wait, you said two things at the same time, so one moment. Okay. You said what, Vincent?
What song?
It's the, I would say, just kind of like no, not that.
Damn it, I was gonna go for a track record of 3 times I used that reference.
Jeez. No, it's a more peaceful melody. Just think of what's a really sad song for reference.
Like played via piano?
Yeah. You know what? I've got it.
Oh no.
Look up the instrumental, I guess, for Sally's song.
Oh,
Yes,
that's
that song. And so you hear that, I would say, as far as the melody that's being played, and
Sally's song?
yes, it's like instrument that.
I was
Oh.
gonna say I was gonna look down at my ring and see if there was a reaction.
You do get one. It's a very negative reaction though, as you're as you're all feeling this sense of peace. Zael, you're the only one who starts to feel like the ring tightening, and it's uncomfortable, and you feel it kind of tightening on your finger as this song plays, and it's just kind of like, it's basically being like the rock in bed in your shoe kind of deal, where it's just causing you to just, instead of feel at peace and to want to continue listening to the song, you just want her to stop, like right now, to stop.
I'm gonna yell at her to stop playing.
And she takes her hands from it.
And just rub my finger where the ring is.
It begins to ease up a bit, if only a bit.
Fuck. Don't play that song anymore. It's
What song?
really affecting the ring.
And okay, Vic. And yeah,
Okay.
that one. And so,
Beautiful song.
yes.
Too bad it affects the ring.
Yep. So you're never, ever, ever, ever able to listen to that again.
I mean,
Ever. Like ever.
as she takes her hands off of it and she looks to you and she points towards the piano, motioning basically towards the song that she was playing. And she looks to the lot of you and she nods. There's a bit of an indication towards the question of what song. And you realize that as you were listening to this song and you were feeling these things, you don't feel like you were in control of your person. The melody felt as though it was swaying you away into some distant place that you were never going to come back from. Also, can you hear all of my word things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Just
All right.
letting you continue.
Okay. So as you hear about this and you see the song, or you hear that you've heard the song, you now know what also awaits you down there.
Speaking of, I'm gonna lose my finger.
Goodbye, ring finger. Goodbye.
Guess
Johnny.
I won't need it. Good job.
I'm gonna show him the middle finger, but I still got this one.
As you do so, Johnny just he just sighs and he's like, "Yeah, but you don't need that one." And as you're all kind of talking about this, she holds up a hand as the tendril is kind of retracted now, and it's just a hand. And she holds up a hand and she motions to the rest of the room. And on the wall this time, because she doesn't really have a table to do this on, she just types rest. And underneath it, she says that you will need it. If nothing else.
Huh. As I'm like, well, we have all the stuff. I think it's best to proceed forward to the basement, but for now, let's just try to collect our bearings and figure out what to do a little bit later. So let's try to rest, since it seems like a lot of us are emotionally exhausted.
Real quick, I'm gonna show her the ring and tell her, "Don't eat my finger. Just look at it."
She was tempted. Her mouth was opening up towards your hand, but as you say that, she attempted. Like her mouth wrapped around your hand, and it looked like she was about to try and eat it, but she realized that she couldn't.
Look at Johnny with like a shiver of disgust.
He just looks at you, and he's just sitting there, or just kind of standing there in the corner. He's just kind of almost falling over with laughter as he looks on. As she tries, though, it doesn't come off. You feel a tug on your finger, but nothing really happens from it. And she, as she retracts her mouth from your hand, she looks to you, and there's a smile that kind of appears on her face.
What kind of smile?
It's the kind of smile that you would give to someone that you haven't seen in a very, very long time.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot her fingers and be like, it's my cue to go rest. And I'm gonna just be like, Johnny, let's go rest.
And Johnny's just like, all right, fine, sure. We're just, I mean, I didn't really get to do my whole first watch thing last time because weird stuff started happening, but this time That's how I'm doing it. Also, now Sarah has another reason to be upset. Because he just
I don't
starts to
blame
kind
you.
of, he kind of just pokes fun at you. And he's just like,
Yeah.
nah, that's not me. Not me this time.
Listen here, it's your fault because you're keeping an eye on me.
No, it's not. You
So-
cannot use that as you're both sitting there, and he's yanked up a chair, and he's just kind of posted next to the door.
I'm just gonna sit next to him and just kind of talk with him.
And as you're both talking, Vincent, Renee, what are the both of you doing at this particular moment as you're all kind of coming into the room and the door is closing for now?
As I'm just like wanting to just
Oh
sit
my
down on
god,
the
is
couch.
that how she grabs the stuff? That'd be really cute.
Home, home. No, she first takes it by hand and then goes home.
I kind of figure the whole bug thing's what she does with my finger. What the fuck?
Yes.
She was about ready to. She's gonna go home.
She was going to take that ring.
But
But now,
She, the one with the other person's like candy in the hand. That's what happened with the eyeball. She just goes home.
yes, she ate it exactly like that and then threw it away. Just,
I'm very upset about that.
that thing is probably somewhere still in the ballroom, but you
Yeah.
you didn't see where.
A gown.
It's like, shoo. So you're going in, Vic. Vic, no,
Darling?
say it
Yeah.
ain't so. Did you
were
fall
so
asleep?
close.
Love.
Vic, Vic.
We'll
I
just
can't
say
do the
Renee
snake.
fell asleep in a corner.
We'll just say that she got in and she was just kind of exhausted from everything and she just kind of found a place, slept there.
Darling.
She's slumped on the couch.
It's the good night couch. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
So, as you're all kind of finding your places,
Oh, you're working.
I will say that on a more creepier note, the entity is just kind of near you and just kind of staring at you, Zayla.
Oh my god. I'm gonna grip like Johnny's arm real tight. I'm like, it's staring at me, isn't it?
He looks behind you. He just kind of glances behind you and he looks back to you and he nods.
Die.
And Vincent, any last things from you?
As I'm just sitting down, catching my breath, I finally realize how long I haven't eaten. As I take out I take out some rations, just one of them, and I proceed to consume it since I don't know how long since I've last consumed something.
Okay. You're not sure. Time's been going around very crazily, but you feel like you're starving, so
So
probably a good idea.
I at least eat the small rations. I like one piece of the ration and save the last of what I have in my bag.
Okay. And you see the scene that plays out before you see Renee just kind of sprawled out on the couch, but there are still other places for you. I got. So the room right here is kind of set up the way that you would think it is.
Uh-huh.
So the tables are the way they are, and the chairs themselves, except for over in the corner is the piano that's now back the way that it was supposed to be.
Is it possible for you to move Renee's screen?
For you to move it? Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, Sakura has to focus all of our views. Don't forget. Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, as that has happened, you're all
very much back there. Thing died down. Just separate the two. I don't know which is which at the moment. Did that to myself. But it's okay. And so, seeing as it is, we will close here. As we'll say that, Vincent, you found a place in which it'd be cool for you to lay down. You just kind of found your place to relax.
Well, I pretty much just lay against the wall, letting the girls lay on the couch if they need to. I just kind of huddle up to myself, kind of conflicted with everything that's going on.
I'm chilling next to Johnny, terrified about the creature staring at me.
She hasn't stopped, and she's still smiling.
Not die yet.
And then she devours you. I was kidding.
Oh, shit.
Gosh.
So that is it for now.
Yeah.
Tune in next time, as crazy things will continue to happen. Yay!
Yeah. Well,
My
Vic will be
finger
awake.
almost got eaten.
Yes.
My eyeball and also a lot of my theories are slightly confirmed.
Eyeball confirmed. Delicious. Theories
Gosh,
confirmed. Still undecided.
Game theory.
I mean, depends on what you consider a game.
Board game. Tabletop.
Ah,
My emotions.
but that's the best game to play.
A fiddle. Because you're technically playing it.
I am playing no fiddle. Come on. Playing people like fiddles. Come on.
It's still fun. Gosh.
I
And with that note, with that laugh, I'm gonna go missing for like a few more days.
Blank, I swear. No.
Oh, I saw audio. Yeah, there she is.
Vic. Nope.
She muted.
Wait.
Good morning.
I'm here. I'm just half asleep.
You fell asleep actually for 20 minutes.
We three want a couch.
Yes, but don't worry, it was comfortable.
Yeah.
It was the good night couch.
Just a little recap for you. The water version, or not water version, I used the watery lady. Tried to eat Sayla's hand, couldn't pry the ring off of her finger, so it let go. But now after doing so, it's just smiling at her like a long-lost individual of sorts.
And I'm terrified, squeezing the shit out of Johnny's arm.
He would be in pain if his arms weren't durable.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. That's all you missed. And the song. I'll get back to that for you with the recap, or you can watch the end of this on Vincent's stream thing.
Yeah.
That helps too. But yeah,
I might have to.
wasn't too much.
Yeah. I might have to re-upload it though for a lot that was cut out. Since yeah. I'll have to re-upload all of these, but it'll be okay.
It'll be okay.
Yeah. So, but that ought to do it for tonight. Everyone's falling asleep. Vic fell asleep. It was amazing. It's a new record. Wasn't Sakura this time. Surprise. But thank you for all those that watched, remained, chilled out as we head into the night. And for tomorrow, some Dangan. Look forward to it.
Gun.
Yeah. So, that'll do it for tonight. Take care, good night, and I don't know. Have a good Christmas. Okay.
Have good Christmas.
Okay, goodbye. Bye.
Oh boy.
Boy.